All I wanna be Academy Agency or CEA, in collaboration with the Thailand Creative Culture Agency or TACA, Urban Align, the Heritage Creative Industry and Tourism Management Program of the Faculty of Architecture at Bangkok University, as well as creative professionals from architecture and immersive media, led by the Thai Immersive Media Creative and Foundation or TICA, has come together to contribute to this effort. As part of Bangkok Design 2025, in the Bangkok district, we are hosting a lecture and panel discussion titled "The Role of Creative Industry and Festival in Participation." This event taking place on February 15 and 16, 2025. It will be together both Thai and international creative minds to share their insights and experiences. Today, we continue for the last discussion, the ASEAN Projection Mapping Conference from the various renowned creative professionals in immersive media from around the world discuss the future of projection mapping in ASEAN and worldwide. It is my great honor to invite Mr. Hishi Pirakabul, Deputy Director of Creative Economy Agency, to deliver the opening remarks for our lecture and panel discussion. So please welcome Mr. Pirakabul.
Do you have like the simultaneous translation? So I'll speak. My script is really hard, so I will speak now. ก็สวัสดีทุกท่านนะแล้วก็เชื่อว่าวันนี้น่าจะเป็นวันที่ทุกคนอยู่ในแวดวงทำ projection mapping เนี่ยน่าจะมีโอกาสใหม่ที่จะเข้ามาในพื้นที่ของมหาวิทยาลัยศิลปากรแห่งนี้นะครับว่าก็น่าจะเป็นครั้งแรกที่มีการอาเซียนprojection mapping conference ที่มีนักสร้างสรรค์มาจากน่าจะประมาณ10 ประเทศนะมีจากอินโดนีเซียมีจากสิงคโปร์มีจากมาเลเซียมีจากญี่ปุ่นนะฮะก็เชื่อว่าก็ดีใจที่ทุกท่านมีโอกาสที่เข้ามาร่วมในครั้งนี้แล้วก็อยากเป็นงานเนี้ยมันดีต่อไปในอนาคต Now I will be back into my script ก็จะเป็นกิจกรรมที่ชื่อน่าจะยาวที่สุดเท่าที่ผมเข้าใจมาว่ากิจกรรมผมต้องอ่านคิดว่าผมพยายามเข้าใจกิจกรรมส่งเสริมนักสร้างสรรค์เทศกาล Festival Creator การบรรยายเสวนาบทบาทของอุตสาหกรรมสร้างสรรค์กับการสร้างงานเทศกาลในพื้นที่สาธารณะ This is my name. The English name is Dialogues on Role of Creative Industries in Festivalization and Reviving the City. So this is one of the longest name of the project. การสร้างสรรค์เทศกาลแบบที่ว่าหลายเซสชันเนี่ยนั่นเป็นเรื่องที่สำคัญในการที่จะทำให้เกิดการเปลี่ยนแปลงเราอาจจะทราบว่าการทำอีเวนต์เนี่ยมันเกิดขึ้นแทบจะทุกที่ในโลกเลยนะในทุกเมืองหัวเมืองใหญ่ๆมีการจัดเทศกาลต่างๆแต่ว่าการที่จะผลักดันมันให้มันกลายเป็นยุทธศาสตร์การทำเฟสติวัลไลฟ์เซสชันเนี่ยนั่นเป็นเรื่องสำคัญในอนาคตที่จะทำให้ทั้งตัวเมืองเองเนี่ยสามารถมีการทดลองพื้นที่การสร้างสรรค์สามารถที่จะใช้ความคิดสร้างสรรค์เข้าไปในหน้าแล้วทำให้เกิดพื้นที่สร้างสรรค์ใหม่ๆเกิดธุรกิจใหม่ๆเกิดการเคลื่อนไหวทางเศรษฐกิจใหม่ๆที่มันเกิดขึ้นมาอันนี้ก็คิดว่าเพื่อนี้ทาง Bangkok Design Week เอง ก็พยายามที่จะโอเคแล้วก็ทำให้มันกลายเป็นภารกิจที่ทำให้ทั้งคนที่อยู่ในพื้นที่ทั้งใครอยู่ในพื้นที่หรือแม้กระทั่งกลุ่มที่เกี่ยวกับทางภาครัฐและเอกชนที่เป็นบริษัทใหญ่หลายเนี่ยเห็นถึงความเป็นไปได้ต่างๆในการที่จะใช้ Visualization ในเป็นเครื่องมือในการขับเคลื่อนทั้งคุณภาพชีวิตเศรษฐกิจและก็รวมไปถึงในอนาคตก็คงเป็นเรื่องของสิ่งแวดล้อมนะครับแน่นอนการทำงานพวกนี้มันจะเกิดขึ้นไม่ได้ถ้ามันไม่มีผังขีดต่างๆที่จะจัดงานขึ้นในวันที่15 และ 16นะฮะเมื่อวานนี้ก็มีทางPNBมาพูดเรื่องของตัวคนสเปซแล้วก็พื้นที่สาธารณะครับวันนี้ก็จะเป็นเรื่องของ projection mapping ซึ่งมันก็จะ contribute ให้เห็นภาพใหญ่ว่าพื้นที่สาธารณะมันมีโอกาสมากมายหนึ่งในพื้นที่วันนี้เราพูดถึงเรื่องของ projection mapping เนี่ยน่าจะเป็นเครื่องมือสำคัญที่เหมือนกับเป็นน้ำตาลหรือเป็นช็อกโกแลตที่มันเคลือบให้คนออกมาจากบ้านออกมาจากมือถือแล้วก็สามารถที่จะแยกเวลาของความสนใจในมือถือเนี่ยออกมาในพื้นที่เพื่อขับเคลื่อนเศรษฐกิจแล้วก็ทำให้คนเจอกับคนนะผมเชื่อว่านี่ก็จะเป็นเครื่องมือสำคัญในการที่จะทำให้การสัมมนาเราเนี่ยน่าจะเห็นถึงพลังของการขับเคลื่อนและคนเข้ามาเกี่ยวข้องนะครับสำหรับการวันนี้นะครับเป็นการบรรยายเสวนานะครับของ ASEAN Projection Mapping Conference นะครับก็จากสิ่งสร้างสรรค์แล้วก็ผมเองก็คงหวังนะครับว่าเป็นที่เรียนอยากให้งานนี้มีโอกาสที่มันจะเกิดขึ้นและใหญ่ขึ้นอาจจะเปลี่ยนนะครับว่าอาเซียนเริ่มกลายเป็น international ก็ได้อันนี้ก็จะก็คิดว่าเดี๋ยวต้องพยายามดูในการสนับสนุนต่างๆที่มันจะเกิดขึ้นนะฮะแล้วก็สุดท้ายนะฮะก็คงต้องขอบคุณนะครับตัวสำนักงานส่งเสริมวัฒนธรรมสร้างสรรค์นะครับ Thailand Creative Culture Agency ทางการนะครับก็เป็นหนึ่งในองค์กรของภาครัฐใหม่ที่พยายามจะขับเคลื่อนเรื่องของประเด็นการทำเฟสติวัลนะครับต้องขอบคุณคณะกรรมการขับเคลื่อนกิจกรรม Soft Power นั่นเฟสติวัลนะครับที่เข้ามามีส่วนร่วมในงานนี้นะครับศูนย์มิตรเมืองนะฮะแห่งการศึกษาปัตยกรรมมหาวิทยาลัยศิลปากรและวิทยาลัยนะครับก็ต้องขอบคุณเป็นหนึ่งในได้งานนี้แล้วก็สาขาวิชาการจัดการมรดกทางสถาปัตยกรรมอุตสาหกรรมสร้างสรรค์สถานท่องเที่ยวหลักสูตรนานาชาตินะครับคณะสถาปัตยกรรมมหาวิทยาลัยศิลปากรนะครับแต่ก็ต้องขอบคุณทางมหาวิทยาลัยศิลปากรด้วยนะที่เอื้อเฟื้อพื้นที่ตรงนี้ให้ด้วยก็ขอบคุณนักสร้างสรรค์สาขาการสื่อสารและมัลติมีเดียนะครับแล้วก็แน่นอนต้องขอบคุณนะครับบริษัทดีไซน์คิดจำกัดนะครับแล้วก็เครือข่ายนักสร้างสรรค์นานาชาติที่วันนี้เข้ามาร่วมนะครับแล้วก็มี2 ท่านสุดท้ายนะที่น่าจะเป็นหนึ่งในผู้สนับสนุนหลักทั้งในงานนี้แล้วก็ในงานเทศกาลและก็ที่ไทยวีนะครับก็คือASEAN Thailandนะซึ่งเรียกว่ากรุณาในการที่จะสนับสนุนและต่อเนื่องในการทำให้เกิด projection mapping ในเดือนมาทั้ง7 edition ก่อนหน้านี้นะครับแล้วก็บริษัทไทยเทพรสนะครับที่สนับสนุนให้เกิดงานเช่นกันนะครับแล้วก็สุดท้ายนะครับหวังว่าตัวงานที่มันเกี่ยวกับ Festival Creator เนี่ยน่าจะเป็นหนึ่งในแรงขับเคลื่อนให้เกิดการเปลี่ยนแปลงใหม่ๆแล้วก็หวังว่าทุกท่านคงจะ enjoy กับช่วงบ่ายนี้นะครับขอบคุณครับ
Thank you. To finally see the program, I invite our hot guests to come out for the photo session first. So actually, Mr. Rashid, beautiful, can I ask you to come up to the stage again for the photo session, please? And then Mr. Noel Hamoni, the Vice President from Tanka. Ms. Chansa from ASEAN Thailand. And also our speakers today, may I ask you to come up and on the stage for the photo session, please? I think we're going to have a big crowd of people on the stage because we have so many speakers today from around the world, Thai and international. Thank you very much. Today we're going to have a quite long session, 4 hours for talks and speaking and everything. So before we proceed to our speaker, I'd like to take a moment to take a moment. Please kindly switch all of your communication devices to silent mode. Photography is allowed, but please refrain from using the trash throughout the event. If you like to share the photo, please include the hashtag Week 2025 or Bangkok Design 2025 in your post. I also would like to inform you that this lecture and this discussion we have in 5 lectures, Thai, English, and Japanese translation has been. So it's our available at the registration there. And the downstairs, we don't have one. Please feel free to take one and come back to for the lecture and discussion. And now we start today with the first keynote speaker, Mr. Ong Chuan Mani, the director of Audio Visual from France. And he is the director of Audio Visual and organization for the now hosting the Video Mapping Festival with a strong commitment to promoting digital arts and film culture. And Ong Chuan has played a key role in the development of video mapping and moving image media both in France and on the international stage. So please welcome Mr. Ong Chuan.
First, I want to say a big thank you to Decided and the team for this nice organization and welcome again. So thank you. I'm familiar from Bangkok Audiovisual. Bangkok Audiovisual is a non-profit organization. We have a model. With public funds for general interest action, and we propose services like production and marketing. We created the association in 1998. Our focus was and already is new images. So at this time it was the development of the digital arts. So we work with digital short film, animation, experimental film, vidging, interactive creation, performance, the first video on internet, and a few years after, I think 15 years ago now, we crossed video mapping and we took this topic. So we are based in Lille. Lille is in the north of France, the number 4 city in France, 1 million people. As you see, it's in the middle of Brussels, London, and Paris, so good position. It's the capital of the France region. So red part is showing the pictures. The second city of the region is Amiens, and this region is our territory because it's our main funding. It's the regional council of France region. So it's a 6 million people region. So what's video mapping? I don't know if everyone knows video mapping. So video mapping is projection of an image with a video projection in variable, so not in the screen but in variable. So it's a technique how we can do deformation of the image for things with the variable, and it's a right tool. special writing button on the screen. On the screen is non-support. In video mapping, you mix the reality of your support and the virtuality of your image. So if you like illustration, you should run into the chat. What can be magic or helping you when across your audience when you don't know what is reality, what is the virtuality. So it can be different kind of buildings, building here, but it can be objects, it can be door architecture, with a ceiling, with 360 degrees indoor projection mapping. It can be different media file, it can be linear creation, it can be generative, it can be interactive, it can be different aesthetic, 2D, 3D, it can be narrative, it can be abstract, and it can be different use, creation, but also marketing, so a lot of different kind of innovation. So we focused on that kind of creation. And we proposed a tool a few years ago for the development of the field. The name is Video Mapping European Center. The idea for us is how we can help the development of the field, how we can structure the field with different goals. First is create skills, employment, and support the career of the artist and technician. So we have a special focus in all France region because we are not from this region, but we work worldwide. So yes, also support the field is also support creation and mapping artists and the part of cultural action. So how we can bring video mapping to all kind of audience. So we have different activities. First is training. So the idea is to propose training to each level of development of the career, from beginners to professional, and we work for artists but also for technicians. So we have, for example, métier de nouvelles images like a school. We have 4 months training, for general training for artistic part, technical parts. We have 7 months training for technician and 7 months training for artists. So in this year we have 40 young people in the school. So it's in French. So if you want to come this training. After we have a lot of workshop in the art school. So high school of animation, video games, fine art school, architecture school. So the idea is to give the knowledge of video mapping to people maybe who want to work at the beginning in the animation studio. If they can know video mapping and few of them can change it to video mapping, it's good. So generally short workshop, maybe 1 week for a few students, and we work on the writing, creation, and have a show at the end of the workshop. So in the north of France, we have a big animation field, a lot of studio for TV series, for feature films. So we have 6 good high school of animation. So each year we go in for this school, but because this workshop are not too. So for example, we did now for National Fine Art School, National Architecture School. In Colombia, we did a lot in Europe. Here we did in Myanmar. After we have professional training, so for people who are already professional in the video mapping, so it's short training, few days with a specific topic. It can be software, can be writing, and we have a lot of different teachers all over the world for this training. After we have an educational part, I forget to send my timing, my note, sorry. So educational part, so we propose a workshop for children for explain what is video mapping. It's not for professional use, but for think about creation, about heritage, architecture, and we do a lot of workshops like that. And then we have a research part. We work with different university and laboratories. We produce article content. We publish 2 books, and we launch the website with the mapping resources on your address with database and a few information. So if you want to check, you can find information or register your viewers or artists or company or festival. And so we have a few actions for the creation. So it's more for emergent artists. So we have the few residencies, two different. One is writing residency. So we welcome a few international artists during 1 week only for writing. So we have a system of mentoring. We have maybe 10 artists at the same time work in different buildings. Mentor can help them only for rights. And after this week, they go out home and produce at home. We can show the results with the festival. We have a second residency production. So we welcome for 2 or 3 months artists in our studio, and they work with French artists. So for example, now indeed we have 3 artists, 1 girl from Portugal, 1 guy from Italy, and one girl from China who work with our team. And we have a new mapping contest. So for residency, we can be emergent artists or even people who don't know already mapping, because with the mentoring we can give the key for video mapping, but we have people from animation, for example, from video game. So for video mapping contest, it can be emergent, but people who already know video mapping, we send a call, the artist can propose a storyboard and a letter of intent, and we choose 7 projects and give money for they can realize the creation for the festival. So we have IPSIC, Image Beyond the Screen International Conference. So now it's the first meeting for the professional video mapping in the world. Last year it's more than 350 professionals from 36 countries. And it's a wonderful family, artists, producers, festival, and video, research, technical industry. So during 3 days, we have a lot of roundtable conference with different topics. The idea is to talk about what's going now in the field and the world of video mapping. And so you have content in the mail, so you can use the screen. And this time you have a few other activities. You have the talent connection. The picture shows the talent connection is speed dating between the artists and festival. So we have last year we have between 30 and 40 international festivals. So we can meet the artists. So during 3 hours we did 600 meetings, and I know a lot of artists after this talent connection have a new commission and artists for film festival. And we have a work group. So the idea for the work group is not have only the main goal with people who talk and people who study, but have a possibility for everyone can work and participate. So you have 20 work groups, and you can choose the topic you want, and you work together for this topic and produce something for the festival. After we have the production part, so we produce more than 100 video mapping each year. The part is for the video mapping festival, and the part is for different projects. So it can be city, heritage, video, government, a lot of Europe, and not only. And so for this international projects, we work with local artists. So as I said, our main funding is one general council for translation. So one of our goals is to boost the career of the local artists. And so some non-French artists can do international projects with that. So if we want, if you enjoy music, if you want to keep the local funding, we must show it good for the local artists. So more we are international project of French artists, more the better is for music. After international project, we have the Film Mapping Festival. So we launched in 19. It's in all the Hotspot region. So we start in Lille, in the capital, in April with a tour. We close in Amiens in October with the second tour. Amiens is the second city of the region. And between April and October, last year we did 28 different cities. So with each city we have a special project. So we work with the local authority for choose one building or few buildings. It can be a single video mapping or two. For each building, we will be looking for the good artists for what we want to show. For these 28 cities, 80% of the production is again those French artists because we must use the funding for show. It's good for the local scene. So it's create skills, employment, portfolio. And now it's more than 100 people that want us to work with the festival artists of technician. And the last day is 70 original creation for the festival. For the opening, the biggest part of the festival, so it is the same time than lipsticks. So we have the professional from lipstick in the day, and in the evening we mix professional and the large audience DJ. So we have 20 original creations during 2 nights. We create a tour in the city to look around 4 kilometers. The idea is to show the different way of mapping. So we can have a building, we can have indoor, we can have small objects. We can have a different kind of creation to be 3D, interactive, narrative. And for this part, it's a lot of international artists. So part is produced with the residency, a part is the contest in the RFQ commissioned artwork. So you can see a lot of people in good economic spin-off of the territory with all the bar, restaurant, transportation. So it's a good point for politics partners. So I can show a few images of different production. So we do a lot of building. This one is Fendel in Audio. So we have a narrative and figurative creation. Sponsor. So what is interesting with mapping is we have a lot of different partners. It can be cultural, tourism, heritage. There's a lot of different support topics. This one is created during a residency by a Japanese and Brazilian artists who live in Germany and welcome in French residency. So big mix. We can have also. So we need to, we can have sometimes building, we can have performance building. So this is what we did during COVID time for people can show the windows. We like to have small supports in the city, like the monument, statuary. Of the world. we can want non-verbal supports and this be blocks. This is a project like a serial project, so the same creation with different points of the street. And with three of the level. We can have indoor composition, different kind of projects. So we need for the tour of church with a few different celebration. This is the presidency with the Clean City of it, so we welcome 5 international artists. Each artist work with a local artist. So it was 2 artists for one creation, was cooking creation and international element. Another kind of projects. We did few projects with the mapping and painting. It's the use of songs. We can have indoor university in the mapping. Again, with different style here, it's abstract projects. We can have narrative and linear projects. So this is the story of this church. It's in the place in France where we have the last big catastrophe in the mine. So it's the story of the mine. So for example, it's the emotion or the feelings. Or the novel. Or the old school video. We have this mapping with it's like airlines. Or fireworks. Next with the beds or circuit. Mapping or music, so here it's an interactive composition. So the piano is an electronic piano and it's a musician playing. So the sound and the image at the same time. Each touch is connected to the loop. Music and mapping. we made a project where now in it, so it's an exhibition, so video working on objects. So we have the manufacturing of machine animals, and we have 15 barreliers with mapping. It's an exhibition 600 square meters. So different kind of musical mapping. Okay, so what we can do together? So in France, we have a few possibilities for welcome or work with international artists. So the first is the different call for the Video Mapping Festival. So we have 3 calls for the residency. One writing residency in December. So we have 10 international artists who work for the tour in Lille. So this year we have Thai artists in Paris with us. And the second writing residency is in April. After we have the production residency, so 2 or 3 months, we launch the call during the summer. So now this call are not open, but you can keep informed with the social network of the next call if you are interested. After we have the call for the contest, so the same is closed now. It's for the show is in April, beginning of April. So each year we choose 7 projects for the contest, and after we have the awards. During each 2, the awards competition of mapping of the year. So you can propose your movie of your production of the previous year, and we do a selection. The jury will give prize for the best mapping of the year. After we have P6, so imagine the International Conference, and with the communication I put here if you want to take it. So the exhibition is 3 to 5 of April, so you are welcome. The registration will be open in a few days. So during 3 days, it's a good opportunity for you to meet a lot of people. We have, as I said, all the family of video mapping. A lot of European, but also American, South and North, African, ASEAN. So you are welcome for meet other artists and for maybe being inspiring by a lot of talk. In the other side, sorry. In the other side, we can do cooperation abroad. So we can do workshop for university or school, like said before. And forget to have the workshop in France for international students too. So it's each year, the same time of ITIC, we welcome between 60 and 80 students from all over the world for a workshop. So we have 2 or 3 students from each school, and they work together. Propose a mapping during the tour. So for this year it's close to, but if the ASEAN school want to participate for next year, then we open the call in November or December. Welcome students in April. So then we can do workshop abroad too. So if the school wants to welcome us, we can propose a workshop. After we have creation, so we can produce French artists or co-production. We like to have a production with another country. So we mix the French artists and, for example, the Thai artists, they can work together for creation. So it's a meeting and a creation at the same time. And we can support organization of events. So we have the artistic skills, but also the technical skills and the organization skills. So for example, also friends of the mapping, we do the technical part, so we bought the waivers, the data server, the tower. So in Europe, we go with our equipment in few festivals in Europe or North Africa. So for here, it's difficult to cover equipment, but so we can help or find a good technical solution with good partners. And we can help for how we can sync the event. For example, we work with Antigua in Guatemala, so the city of Antigua was in need a few years ago. They saw the festival and they said that we want to do the same in Guatemala. So we work with them. We do training for local artists and local technicians. We work with the city for choosing how we can do the tour, what is the good duration, what is the building, what are the difficulties. So we do the same now with Chinese partner for the creation of the new festival in China. So if you want to cooperate, we'll be happy to have more link with us. Okay, so I forgot my duration, so I don't know if I hit on the timing.
We will not talk about education in you and other artists as well. At the end of the presentation, because afterwards we're going to have a presentation, a short presentation from 5 artists in the personalization for the city. And it's from the various creative professions from Japan, Singapore, and also Thailand. So yeah. For the first speaker for the short presentation for the personalization for the city, Mr. Michiyuki Ishida, the Director of ASEAN Projection Mapping Conference.
สวัสดีครับ Thank you very much for inviting me to this project and the nice opportunity to participate. And thank you very much, Ajay and the wonderful team and the organizers for the week. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here. And today, maybe I need to speak Japanese. And the time of the translation is to Thai language. So, これから日本語で喋ります。So, some of them couldn't understand my Japanese, but you can understand my presentation. はい、ではこれから、ちょっと日本語で喋らせてもらいます。僕が紹介ですけど、日本から来ている石田と申します。一と呼んでください。Sorry.
They said to wait 1 minute.
Okay. Okay, I love 1 minute. I'm always 1 minute. Actually, I don't have 1 minute finish. You love 1 minute. I love it.
Okay, you can go.
Okay. はい。では、改めて、ミチです。僕はプロジェクションマッピング協会というのを日本で、オーガナイズしています。で僕自身は、クリエイティブディレクターで、メディアアーティストでもあり、いろんなプロジェクトを、やっている、ものです。僕自身もアーティストとして、やっていたんですが、学生自体は美術大学でさまざまなメディアアートだったり、インスタレーションというものをずっと取り組んで作ってきています。で、こうしたパフォーマンスの延長線上に映像を使った空間デザインとか空間を使ったアイデアというものを若い頃やってました。で、よくVJ、クラブとかでスクリーンで VJ パフォーマンスがあるんですけど、僕はそのスクリーンという狭い世界ということにあまり満足できなかったので、本当にいろんな大きな空間に対して柱とか天井とか壁とかいう形です。そういったところにプロジェクションするというのをやっていました。
でもちろん、建物にもプロジェクションしてたんですけど、まだプロジェクションマッピングじゃなくて、これ、ジャストプロジェクションで、作っていました。で、僕がすごく大事にしているのは、映像を単純にこう見るということではなくて、もっと体験として、楽しめるような、世界を作ろうということを、続けてきています。ですので、映像以外でも、レーダーを使った、ライティングを、したりとか、これまたちょっと違うプロジェクトを、波を外観にして、光らせるようにして、とコラボレーションするようなメディアというものを作る。これは特殊な LED のライトを使っていて、波の白いところにだけ青い光を当てているというプロジェクトになります。はい、で、僕がこういった活動をしている中で、プロジェクションマッピングというものに、2006年から7年頃、YouTube とかで、いろいろこのパフォーマンス情報が、出始めました。で、僕もすごくこのプロジェクションマッピング大変と思って、取り組んでいます。で、なんですけど、プロジェクションマッピングは当時誰も知らない、世界でした。で、誰も知らなかったので、非常にこう難しかったんですけど、なんとかして、プロジェクションマッピングという面白い表現を世の中に広げていきたいというふうに、考えて活動をしています。で、最初は、なかなかプロジェクションマッピングやれる場所がなかったので、僕が自分で作っているローカルな、場所の小学校の建物を使って、テスト的にプロジェクションマッピングを、スタートしています。で、非常にプロジェクションマッピングで面白いな、可能性があるなんで、実際にやってみて、分かってきていますので、よりたくさんの仲間を集めるために、オーガニゼーションを作りました。プロジェクションマッピングアソシエーションを立ち上げています。で、プロジェクションマッピングアソシエーションは、誰かそのプロジェクションマッピングの魅力というものを世の中に広げていくということ。それから、今日一番大事に話しますけど、国際大会というものを、やって世界中の、表現というものを、集めて、見せていくということをやっています。で、今日は、ファミリープロジェクションマッピングという、僕が手掛けている、大会について説明をしていきたいと思います。で、最初は、小学校という場所でやり始めたんですけど、プロジェクションマッピングを、建物にプロジェクションする機会というのは、日本だけでなくて、世界中でなかなかチャンスが、なかったんですね。で、ここをやっている場所を世界中のクリエイターに提供しようということで、このプロジェクトを、スタートしています。で、everyone likes boundaries. So, 1分間という、このプロジェクションマッピングの、考え方なんですけど、非常に短い。いろんなクリエイターが参加しやすい。で、またいろんな作品を、一度に多くのお客さんと入れるような形を、考えて、このテストを作っています。で、いろんな場所を変えながら、開催しているんですけど、最初は、神奈川県の逗子というところで、actually, this is the first seminar of the contest, and the development from English. インドネシアの、セミナーのあたりが、最初の年の、ミナーに、なっています。So you can watch later. Thank you very much. それから場所を今度は新潟という場所に、移しています。その後は、長崎、ハウステンボスと、それからこの後は宮崎県の向こう九州という場所で、やっています。で、その後に、小田原という、日本の星を使ったプロジェクションマッピングの大会をそして開催します。やっぱりその日本的な建物にプロジェクションマッピングをするというのは、非常に世界中のクリエイターが興味を持ってもらって、一気にエントリーをしてもらう数が増えました。本当に多様な作品、世界中の星からの中で集まってくるので、非常に見応えとしても、あることがあるなという。この時で178 LP が世界中からやっておられるんですけど、現在は250種類ぐらいの演技が世界中から集まる大会ができている。それから、観客にも投票してもらって、どのプロジェクションマッピングが好きかというのを、呼び込みしています。 そして現在はですね、東京、日本の首都の東京で、東京都と一緒に、プロジェクションマッピングの大会をやってるんですけど、東京に来た時にすでに現在12回の大会をやってきています。ニューの歴史も長かったりできていますし、世界中のいろんな大会の中で、長かった東京的で続いている大会というのは、ないのないかなと思います。Actually, Australia is not very conference. これはこの間のものですね。で、この大会のいくつかの特徴をお話しします。で、この大会は、クリエイターのために開きたいと思って僕はスタートをしています。ですので、すでにクリエイターのことを考えています。まず、映像を作るためのテンプレートですね。制作のためのプロダクションテンプレートというはい、で非常にクオリティの高い 3D のモデルと制作しやすいテンプレートというのを作っています。でこれによって、プロジェクションマッピングにこれまで挑戦していなかった人たちも、非常にスムーズにエントリーをして、プロジェクションマッピングに触れることができますし、今後のプロフェッショナルな意識を作ってもらうということもしています。で、ちょっと毎回ですね、場所をさっき変えてたんですけど、場所だけではなくて、制作するテーマというものも変えています。今、いろんな場所で、歴史を重ねてきているんですが、毎年こういったテーマを設けています。このプロダクションのテーマというのも非常に大事だと思っていて、ただ、作るだけでなくて、その時代に合った表現というものをクリエイターには作ってもらうようにしています。それによって、クリエイターのモチベーションとか、時代に合ったフェスティバルになるというふうな考え方をしています。それからこの大会で最終的に上映をされるファイナリストとファイナリストにならなかった人がいるんですけど、必ずファイナルに来れなかった作品をすべて建物に投影をして、記録を取って、それを皆さんのポートフォリオにしてもらえるようにフィードバックをしています。毎年100以上の作品をちゃんと上映をして、ポートフォリオにしてバックするようにしています。それから審査員で、毎回素晴らしい審査員の皆さんをお招きします。あとは、not organize judge members to this festival. で、審査員はプロジェクションマッピングのプロフェッショナルだけではなくて、いろんなフィールドの人に参加してます。映画監督であったり、俳優であったり、建築家であったり、あるいはイベントのプロデューサーだったり、いろんな人が入って、その価値観を向き合いながら審査をしています。審査をするのには、主に6項目で審査をしています。で、一番プライオリティが高いのは、オリジナリティとか、イノベーション、先進性というものを大事にしています。それから、作品の中にテーマであったりとか、コンセプト。で次に、映像としてのクオリティというものも非常に重要と考えています。でそれから、プロジェクションマッピングですね、建物と映像の関係性。で次に、音楽と音響効果。音楽の非常に作品を考えるのが大事なので、そこも評価としては高いなっています。で最終的には一分間になって、ちゃんとした映像と構成をしていく演出力というトータルの6項目で審査をしています。で実際にこのフェスティバルは、数字で点数をつけるんですけど、点数で結果が決まらないようになります。点数をつけた上で、審査員同士がかなり長くディスカッションをしてください。大体2時間ぐらいでディスカッションをして、その年のみんなにふさわしいかどうかというのを点数が長くても低くても順番で変わるような形になります。有効にディスカッションすることにプライオリティを置いて作っています。それから、世界のクリエイターがここに集まってきますので、集まって、クリエイター同士が意見交換をしたり、クリエイターだけではなくて、審査員であったり、テストであったり、 いろいろなことでつながって情報を交換しています。で世界中の、各地域で違う動きをしているものを、みんなで一緒に話しながら可視化をしていく。こういうプロセスも、非常に大事ですし、こういったコミュニティが、今回のこういった、バンコクデザインメディアもそうですけど、グローバルにいろんなクリエイティブを考えているというのが非常に大事だと思っていて、その他に日本の中でポイントをプロジェクションとして作ってきています。それからですね、一応、国際大会で優勝した人は賞金が、あります。で、賞金以外に、必ずプライベートプレートにトロフィーのようなものを作ります。Yeah, actually, I always designing this kind of prize plate. It's a kind of trophy or something like that. This is this year's plate. All of this plate are designed, I designed actually. So this year, 今年は命がテーマなんですけど、日本の特殊な金属加工に水を使う、高温の葉っぱと金属が金属をいろんな葉っぱを使って、全国デザインしています。で、そういったものも非常に大きな価値のあるアート作品として、残ってますね。具体的にたくさん残りますけど、こういったものが一つのアートの価値として取るようにデザインをしています。それから、この大会で、優勝した人には、さまざまな次のステージというものを用意をしている。これは、10年間、11年間だったんですけど、10年間の優勝者だけを集めた、エクスプレッションをしているので、ハリーもやりましたし、ハジャーにもやりました。これが世界中のデータにまた関係があって、僕らが多分プロジェクションマッピング作るだけで、データを分類でない、それを仕事をするということをミッションとしてお願いしています。より難しいことにみんなも挑戦してもらう。プロフェッショナルの人にもより深い次元の表現に挑戦してもらうということを、ここではあるかと思います。非常にデータとマッピングとノミガイズ、こういった組み合わせでやる機会がないので、こういったものもクリエイターが作るモチベーションにつながっていると思っています。それから、他の国際大会とのコネクションとして、この後、魂に喋ると思いますけど、IMAP の大会に我々の優勝者を招待するということをしています。でそれから他にも、僕、日本でいろんなプロジェクションマッピングのプロジェクトをやっているんですが、これは去年でスタートしたギネスワールドレコードに認定されたパーマネントなプロジェクションマッピングになります。ここで、すでに毎日すごくたくさんの人が集まる場所になっています。It's already 550 million people. 今もう16以上の日本語で続けています。ですね。で、これがフェスティバルが、どういう意味を持っているかということを、今、プロジェクションマッピングのシーンがすごく成長をしてきている中で、こういったコンテストが何をするべきかというのを、僕も常々考えています。で、一番大事なことは、新しい才能であったりとか、新しい表現というものを、こういった国際大会の中で生み出していくということを、非常に大事だなというふうに考えています。で、プロジェクションマッピング自体が、より進化していく、そういったことも非常に大事だなと思っていますし、これが作り上げただけではなくて、オーディエンスとか、都市の中でこうちゃんと機能していくというようなことも大事にしたいと思っています。はい、で、こういったフェスティバル自体がちゃんとビジョンを持っているということが非常に大事だなと。ただ、ずっと続けることだけではなくて、ちゃんとこのフェスティバル自体がクリエイティブに次に向かって進んでいくということが大事だなと考えてやっております。でちょっともう一つ紹介させてください。で、これは、プロジェクト we will Japan will have a contact expo from the Federal. And we are all hoping which will have all this project. このエキスポっていうのが、未来へのいろいろ考えるイベントになっていますので、このエキスポの中で、ただ行ってみるだけではなくて、参加して自分が発表する側に回るというものをいろんなクリエイターの皆さんに機会をして作ろうと思って、このプロジェクトを作っています。で、プロジェクションマッピングのテンプレートはすごくシンプルです。It is very simple template of the production. So it's just two type of resolution, but it's very simple square. Yeah. で、こういった形があるので、ぜひいろんな若いクリエイター、意識のあるクリエイターの皆さんに参加してもらいたいと思ってます。The deadline is the 28th of February. This is a very hard, very tight schedule, but I'm looking forward to your participation. Okay. Okay, so open card.
Thank you. Well, yeah, looking forward for the expo. Yeah. So the next one, we would like to welcome Yalan Padu from Sembilan, Pahang, and Jakarta Light Festival from Indonesia.
Welcome. Sorry, so, okay. Maybe we can go to the first slide. So, my name is Adi Panapun, but they can call me just Adi. Oh, easy. I'm the chairman of Bandung Creativity Forum and also CEO of Student Matahari, and also the board advisor of Bandung Live Festival and Bangkok Design Biennale. And I have to thank to Jim first for this amazing invitation to come to Bangkok Design Week. Because actually Bandung and Bangkok has a lot of similarities, which probably most of you guys are not recognizing it. And I want to share that story so that we can get the story of the similarities. And then maybe as for the title that I want to share with you, this title of this presentation is actually The Art of Leaving a Mark, or The Art of Leaving a Legacy, which also found in a very special place back in Bandung, in my city, by your king, the King Rama the Fifth and the Seventh. So if you see that old picture of a waterfall, the waterfall is located in a hidden place in Bandung, next to my studio office. So it's very near from my studio office. And the shirt that I wear here, I put the coordinate of the location of that waterfall. And the title of the video mapping artwork that I just presented here in City Hall Bangkok last night presented by Sunan Matahari, titled "Thank You for Listening," is basically also will become my future artwork, our future artwork to be held or to be installed, to be displayed onto that waterfall. So in this very honored forum, Bangkok Design Week Conference, please allow me to share something that we can work together in revitalizing and strengthening the creative collaboration between Bandung and Bangkok. Most of you maybe not realize, but we have the same time zone between Bandung and Bangkok. So if now is 1 o'clock, so then Bandung is also 1 o'clock. So Bandung is also 1 o'clock. And we also have like the same membership as City of Design UNESCO. Bandung has become a member since 2015, and I know Bangkok was joined in 2019. Yeah. Okay. So the art of leaving a mark, or the art of leaving a legacy, or a milestone, or a footprint, probably. I need to start to share my story starting from the maybe a decade ago, more than a decade ago, which was in 2010. So not in Bandung, but in Jakarta, the other big city of Indonesia. Maybe some of you has already visited Jakarta, but I'm not sure if you has visited Bandung. But maybe after this presentation, you will have, or you will plan your itinerary later to visit my city. So I did start the video mapping scene in Indonesia 15 years ago in 2010. I projected video mapping 10 minutes in duration for a program called Revitalizing or Transforming Public Space in Jakarta, which responds to an old town area. The building is there, the Museum Fathahillah. And after that video mapping activities, we successfully attract the revitalizing program, which the transforming public space, so that we can save the old town area to become a more productive and creative area. Until now, it become the anchor location of creativity movement in Jakarta and Indonesia. Last year in 2024, especially in December and also on June 2024, we have probably so far still the biggest light fest in Indonesia, just in Indonesia. Because at that time we are successfully to gain or to invite a lot of young talented artists from Indonesia and also from Southeast Asia. Friends like Shakir, and Jim is very busy, so maybe Jim later. I'd like to invite her for the more serious program this year. So Jakarta Light Fest. I think I will just show you the video first so that you can have the picture of what kind of festival is it. Because to be compared with just what Inchis did with the 1 minute projection mapping, which is so internationally renowned right now. But yeah, we are also proud to become one of the member of the family, especially when you present. You still remember the first ever we respond to the
elementary school in Susi. Yeah, and it was like, whoa. And yeah, my colleague was a presenter, Andri, is one of the part of the team as well. So back in Jakarta Live events, let's just see watch the video first. So, can you please go to okay. Here's Jakarta with the Fatahillah building. This is the Old Town area. So before the intervention of the video mapping, our video mapping program here, this was a very decayed and neglected space. Criminals, dark island, Jakarta, issues happening around in this Old Town area. Using the video mapping intervention, now we can create and revitalize this area to become more productive and creative open public space. So there's a increase of valuable space to become more valuable for the people, for the society. So we see that the video mapping itself is not only about how you create spectacle visuals or huge visuals so that you can make people amazed, but more than that, you need to also involve interdisciplinary design fields like architecture and product design, visual communication design, anthropology, and so many other interdisciplinary, so that you can create a solution to transform the space to become more and more valuable for the society. Yeah, at the time last year we were gaining more than like 1,100 people inside the festival. And now, as I mentioned before, the same approach to use interdisciplinary design approach, I'd like to approach this historical site, which also has been visited by your king, and he left his mark onto the stones, which was marked by the Rama V and Rama VII. And when I did the research, trying to find out what is the motivation from your king to visit this hidden gem or hidden area. Just a small waterfall, not too special. But why is it has to be marked? And then also, it raised the question, what was your king do at that time? And I found that probably, in my opinion, your king was trying to find a reference because back 120 years ago, when your king visited, it was become the modern city because we were colonized by the Dutch, and the Dutch tried to build a new modern city in Java. There are a lot of people coming in to Java, to Bandung especially, to learn about the new modern city at the time. So the modern city is related to the design. The way you design your city, the way you try to find or look for a reference to design your city. So yeah, that's the motivation behind it. In 1986, yeah, 2 minutes? Oh, 1 minute. Okay, it's easy. Yeah, this was discovered by Omas Vitasa. I call him Omas, Omas. Yeah. Omas discovered the stones, and since then, this hidden area now become open area for public. And some of the important efforts to revitalize the space was being done. But then we need to revamp it for the future development. Because, as you know here, limited accessibility, minimal visitor engagement, lack of historical storytelling are happening. Opportunities, pedestrian-friendly design, digital storytelling, and light-based installation. This is that I want to invite the creative agency or the creative board from Bangkok, because, and also Jim and friends from creative industry Thailand, to follow your pink mark to our city of Bandung. Interdisciplinary design intervention would be needed. Urban landscape design for better accessibility, visual storytelling through educational elements, and line art to bring historical narrative to life. And this year, Bandung will become to celebrate the 10 years as city of design. Yeah. So we're going to have two important events: the Bandung Light Festival or Bandung Lights, and also Bandung Design Biennale. Bandung Lights will be presented more detailed by Anak Muda later on this forum as well. And I just want to go short to the this one here. So we're going to create 3 immersive art installations using the lights, following your king mark, and also the flow of the water of Cikapundung River. The artwork title is From the Mountain to River to the City. And we're gonna put your king's mark in between those 2 points, between the mountain and the city. This is Bandung, by the way. So it's like you have the northern high hill and forest and mountain, and then to the city to the south, or to flat area. And we are connected by the Cikapundung River. So it's like your Chao Phraya River. This one is Cikapundung River. And the waterfall is located like this spot, on this spot, the one that your king has visited. And we're gonna make some intervention onto that waterfall. Thank you for listening. Will be projected directly without audio. So it's a unique approach. We entitle this as "Thank you for listening." Yeah, but actually we don't use any audio element, because the audio will be coming directly from the waterfalls, from the nature. So, okay. The power of design in leaving a legacy. From Bangkok to Bandung, history connects us. Now creative will shape our future, creativity. Together, we can revive how design preserves heritage, empowers public spaces, and inspires communities. Let's leave a mark, like your kings did, but not just on stone. Inspired by the king, let's do in life, movement, and collective memory. Okay, can I just please showing you in the, can you up the volume, please? This one projected last night onto your city hall. I just want you to hear in an English version, so maybe you can put it in a louder. Yeah.
Almost a bit, stood here mesmerized by its beauty, leaving a stone inscription. Jinrama VII followed in his footsteps, marking the same legacy. These silent of kings, features, and you can see the line between Thailand and Indonesia. Like the flowing water, there's history roots, waiting to be discovered.
I'm a little bit shy with the sound. But anyway, yeah, thank you for listening. That will be all from me.
Thank you. And if we can follow to the theory of ability to be over very much. So next is welcome Mr. Captain Karim, the Acting Director, the Festival and Project Development, the National Heritage Board from Singapore. Thank you.
สวัสดีครับทุกคนผมชื่อคันทุขันผมมาจาก National Heritage Board Singapore. Hi everyone, my name is Karim. I'm from National Heritage Board Singapore. Very happy to be here today. Thank you to the design team for having me here today to share a bit more regarding the Singapore Night Festival. So I am actually the head of the festival team. And for those of you who may not have been to Singapore, so this is what the festival looks like. But for those of you who may not know, I'll just give a short introduction. Despite being a very small country, we actually have 3 light festivals. And when I spoke to everyone, they were like, oh, I've been to the festival, but it's actually another festival. So there's 3 that I'll share a bit more with you. The first that we have is actually Live Tonight. I forgot to write the names of the festival, sorry. The one on the left is Live Tonight. It happens in January and February. And the purpose is it's actually a marquee event of Singapore Art Week. And it's organized by the National Gallery. Each light festival has a different focus. For Live Tonight, their focus is a bit more on the gallery collection and also on the arts. Second, in the middle is actually iLight, which is held from June to July at Marina Bay Sands. iLight focuses more on sustainability and is managed by the Urban Redevelopment Authority. So the focus is also a bit different because it's really about sustainability and greenery and other elements. The last one, which I manage, is actually in August to September, which is the Singapore Night Festival. So we have been around for 16 editions since 2008. And we are the first night festival in Singapore. So we are managed by the National Heritage Board. 3 festivals, all different focus and all different target audiences as well. So the Night Festival is actually a place-making initiative where it is held in the Arts and Heritage District. It is place called the Brass Plaza Police Precinct. So I'm not sure if you all have been before, but the Brass Plaza Police Precinct, the one on the left, is actually an area filled with museums, art institutions, cultural organizations, and even religious sites and monuments. There's a lot of churches, a lot of temples also. And arts institutions and museums such as the National Museum of Singapore, Peranakan Museum, and also Children's Museum of Singapore. And we also brand ourselves as the East Precinct for Arts and Heritage. So the Singapore Night Festival, we usually have the festival over 9 nights, but because we saw that there was actually a need for people to have a longer period so they can attend the programs. 9 nights was too short, so last year we had 16 nights for the first time. This year we'll continue to have 16 nights, also because Singapore celebrates our 60 years anniversary. Yeah, we're actually quite young. So last year's edition, we had over 1 million visitors, and in each different festival edition, we have different thematic focus. Why do we have this? It's also because the festival as a place-making initiative, we work a lot with the different partners and the different stakeholders, and we want them to be creative in contributing different programs for the festival. Last theme was the art of play, because that area used to have a lot of schools there, and so we wanted to bring an element of fun and enjoyment, having the different buildings come up and with the different things. And then before that was the Great Port City. In terms of the age group, we attract quite a varied audience from 15-year-olds all the way to 29-year-olds. And when we did a survey, everyone, well, 90% of people really enjoyed the festival. So this was our key visual for last year, and we brand ourselves as the largest cultural experience in Singapore. This is the festival footprint. I actually have a net laser limited edition, but yeah, I'll pass to whoever wants it. And these are the different partners that participate. As you can tell, maybe compared to Bangkok Design, it's a bit small because it is a placemaking initiative and it only focuses on the Bras Basah Bugis area. So what really is Singapore Night Festival? You all have to know the difference, but what exactly is the festival about? The festival, as a placemaking initiative, we work very, very closely with the partners in the precinct itself, even the schools, even the museums and all that. Because it's not about just us building programs and just having everyone enjoy. We want people to contribute programs on their own as well. We want them to bring their own flavor. So so creativity is a core in the Singapore Night Festival, and this is actually an artwork by a Thai artist. His name is Kimbap, and he's in the room here with us. You can check his later. So basically, creativity is core in terms of the festival because it is also a platform to showcase up and coming talent. We try to work with new talent and try to push them to present a series of different things. And we see the festival as an innovative exploration of history and heritage. It's not just about art, but as a heritage and historical elements with it, because we are the National Heritage Board. A lot of people ask, why is the National Heritage Board doing it? So that's the element that we bring in. Other than that, we also see the festival as an nexus of art and heritage. Other than that, the community is core in the programming, like what I shared earlier, and we do have a lot of community-led programming as well with different thematic focus, and it's a platform to open doors. This picture here, this is actually something special that we did. We worked with this community group, so they actually had this performance called Xindiao performance. It's a traditional Chinese performance. And as you can tell, our target audience is very, very young. But then for this performance, we had people above 60s coming over to attend. So all these people are all senior citizens age. And for the first time, they're actually participating in the festival because they feel that program is something that they're able to relate to. And because, like you can see, our program is more for the young. So we work with different partners to be able to reach out to different audiences. We can't do everything ourselves, also budget reason. 5 minutes for you. Okay, and heritage, yes, it's also important for us to know how heritage informs our future, and we do want to present our heritage story in a fun and accessible manner. So this is actually at the Peranakan Museum. We usually do projection mapping at the National Museum, but unfortunately it was under renovation. So we work at the Peranakan Museum, and it is a whole street where we have a different type of programming. So we see the area which we are in the Bras Basah Bugis as a canvas for exploration. So we work closely with partners, the different malls, to have them put our works at space and also give us sponsorship. And so we present the thing. So we do work closely with corporate people such as SOP, for example, and other things. Yeah, I'll just keep this through. Other than that, it's also important for us to build capabilities for young artists. And one of it is via projection mapping, also the reason why I'm here to share. So this is actually for last year's projection mapping masterclass which we had. Because the people that we worked with, this is for a specific building called Chines. It used to be a former school and now it's an entertainment venue. What we do is offer them a place, and most of these people that we work with, they are actually not projection mapping artists. Some are actually like visual, they work in the visual arts sector. They work in the museum or gallery. They've never done this before. So we actually have a masterclass to help them prepare them for it and train them to make their dreams into a reality. So this is actually their project. You can tell that there's quite a change. And some of them, they are very, very thankful because this is an opportunity where they get to try out, they're able to put their skills and also see their dreams come to reality. And this is actually through a partnership with some other artists over here, Shakir, sitting on the front row, who will be sharing later as well. So he conducts a projection masterclass, mapping masterclass, and some online, some physical, over 6 different lessons, about 2 hours each. And we kind of train them for it. I think for me, sorry, how many minutes? Okay. Anyway, so what's next? As part of the festival, what I want to see is to be a premier night festival in the region, just like Bangkok Design, where people come just to visit the festival. I think your soft power is really very important, very helpful because people really come here to see Thai creativity at its finest.
At the same time, we do want more regional and international collaboration as well, working with Indonesian artists, Malaysian, Thai, and everyone in this room also, to see how we can elevate not only local artists, but regional artists to the next level. And lastly, we do want to push boundaries. The festival has been around for 60 years. What else is new? Why do we exist? And how do we want to make an impact to the world? Okay, maybe not the world, maybe to the arts system. But essentially, the festival still goes on this year. If you're coming to Singapore, do come down. It's from May 2nd, August to 6th September. It will still be 69th. And it's in the month of August where we celebrate our 60th anniversary. With that, I just have one video for you because I keep talking. You all need to see what the festival looks like. And yeah. Okay, just miss out one part. So the festival is not just about lights, but it's also installation, experiences, and a lot of other things. So with that, thank you so much for listening. Khop khun kha.
So the next one comes from Hungary. Mr. Tamás Bosztori, the Managing Director of Bangkok City and co-producer of Wall Series, a festival of light in Hungary.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me here. I really appreciate you here and talk a little bit about what we do at Washington TV. So Washington TV was established more than 10 years ago in 2014 with two of my partners, and in the company already at the beginning we decided to build a company, so not just be an artist group, but to build a company. I'm not an artist, so so my two other partners, they are responsible in the company for the creative side, for the production and what we produce, and I'm managing the company, so I'm more on the business part. In the last 10 years, we've made more than 200 projects, really all around the world. We have won many awards for that, and also now we have a lot of projects going on. We have 12 employees at the moment. So a little bit about me. I used to work with Christie Digital before, the projector company, and there is how I met András last year, coincidentally, and this is how we started to talk about this kind of things. And I was a little bit fed up with Christie, so I just let them be established Max Intensity, and I think it was a good decision at that time. I'm acting like one of the organizers, curator for the IMAP Bucharest, which is the biggest in-size projection mapping event in the world every year. I'm also a member of the board of the International Live Festival Organization, which is by any festival we always welcome to be part of it. Just look like is part of it. Then I'm also involved mostly in the United States on different festival organization, producing and creating festivals there. This is more my private or personal projects. We made one with my American partner in Seattle in 2018, just then COVID killed it. So now it's little bit dead, but we try to make it alive again. And I'm working with my, but I will talk a little bit about later, my Luma friends on another festival right now, which will be in 1 month in New Jersey, Koran Light, and there's another one in Vienna, in Portland. Maybe this will happen next year. And yeah, I was also creating of the projection mapping part, the 2022 NORIA in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, as I said, we are working really worldwide. Here are just a few examples of what we have done. Here you can see Chinese, also some Hungarian, Indian, American, German projects, and many others. So I just put some pictures here. I'm just talking about our Southeast Asian projects, what we have done in the past. This is a project in Makassar, in Indonesia, in the island of Sulawesi. Here, it's like what we have seen last night in the Thailand's place, but it's smaller, so not so big. But it's also there's a ceiling, and we have a projection on that. And in this case, we have made it turnkey. This was a turnkey project, so they give us all the job with system in planning, integrating, and also the content production. And I think a 5-minute show, which is running in every hour in this shopping mall in Makassar. And it was also showcased at the Innovation Award last year, but the other, in another, yeah, award. So, then we have another show running also in Shanghai on the Oriental Tower, the TV tower. It's also a permanent installation. We made it almost 6 years ago now. It was really a huge project. It's a dome projection. It was 4 months worth, 40 people. And I was in Shanghai in September, and I went to see the show is still there, and it was still there, which was a surprise for me, but so it's still running every night, the Oriental Tower. Then we have done just like the one for the Singapore Light Festival 2 years ago, which was a great project at that time. So yeah, so the lineup is a very important project for us. We started to have here in 2014. So this was our first project as Max Intensity, and it was a world record size project immediately. With the whole facility is 23,000 square meter. So we used 104 20K projectors to project the whole staff, and there were something 70,000 people. And since the first edition, we became like the curators and part of the organization team, and we built up projection mapping competition. In the last few years, we partnered up with many festivals all around the world, making competitions, and always the winner is invited coming to the festival. So we call it like winners league, because only winners of other festivals are coming to the IMAP. And for example, last year in September, that was till now the biggest one we have done, because there were 100,000 people in front of the building. Yeah, that was really a huge success. And the thing is, was growing, and we have done this every year since then. So now the 11th and 12th edition is coming this year. Yeah. So this is one of our main projects. And the Luma Festival was in Upper State, New York, in Binghamton. We are there since 2017. But I'm mentioning it because, as I said before, that the two guys who is producing this festival became very good friends in the last 5 years, and now we started to do other festivals, funding other festivals, and having other cities or companies in the States to do festivals together. So this is now, which will happen in March 21-22, the Golden Light Festival in Asbury Park in New Jersey. And it looks like that next year in 2026 we are in Fort Wayne. So that's why I wanted to mention this one. Okay, so as Maxim says, it is main activities. This is our main focus, is doing projection mapping in big scale, so in huge buildings. Then the IMAP, then we do a projection every year in Germany for the Schlosslichtspiele, the Duma, as I mentioned, and then the other thing is what we do is the festival organizing stuff. And then we can do also turnkey solution, as I mentioned, with the Indonesian project in Makassar. And also we have some live installations which we can travel to this to different live festivals. As I was asked, we talk a little bit about, because we are students mostly, how we see the future of mapping. I mean, I was talking with my project director and he mentioned me three important things. One is the AI generated content, which is really growing. I have seen also yesterday the city hall that some of you have used AI for the content, which is, I don't know, it's really growing and it's really fast development in this AI thing. I think here we can talk about the cheap and fast content and expensive and slow production when the human is doing it. So I prefer this one, but we'll see how it goes. I think it's also very important, the interactivity and immersive places. This is now really growing. There are everywhere in every city you can find these immersive places where you can be interactive or not interactive, but there are a lot of requests, also we get a lot of requests for doing this kind of thing. And now we also use the Unreal Engine, because if you have very complex production, then you can really easily use the assets once you get there and then build up a scene very fast. And we think that helps a lot for this kind of production. Yeah, and then some stuff about us to show you. So we are also, I mean, everybody was talking about cooperation, so we are also looking for cooperation and having to work with you and just the website or wherever you can find. We can go after that if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
And the video is very interesting. Inspired really. Thank you very much. Yeah. And the last one for the presentation of the visualization for the city of Thailand. คุณพงศ์พัฒกรจากกม.นะคะในเรื่องพัฒนาช่วยเหลือชาวบ้านเราจะมาพูดเป็นภาษาไทยนะก็จะมาเล่าถึงประสบการณ์นะคะแล้วก็ที่ทำในช่วงนี้ของกม.ครับเช่นนี้
สวัสดีครับ Sorry, I can speak in Thai because of the time we short and the project is not about the projection mapping, it's about the before the projection artist become to create the new festival ครับก็ก่อนอื่นก็ขอบคุณผู้จัดนะครับแล้วก็ทีมก้านะครับแล้วก็ทางเพื่อนๆเราครับที่มีโปรเจกต์อันนี้ขึ้นมาเพราะว่าโปรเจกต์แบบนี้มันไม่ค่อยมีกันในเมืองไทยแล้วก็ผมว่าเป็นสิ่งที่ดีแล้วก็พวกเราที่ทำงานด้านมีเดียอาร์ติสต์แล้วก็เบอร์ดีน่าจะได้ความรู้มากๆเลยครับก็ก่อนอื่นขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวเร็วๆนะครับก็ผมเป็นผมภาสกรนะครับผมเป็นจริงๆเป็นมีเดียอาร์ติสต์แล้วก็เป็นโปรดักชันดีไซเนอร์แล้วก็ตอนนี้ก็สนใจในเรื่องของนิวมีเดียแล้วก็เป็นเฟสติวัลครีเอเตอร์ครับก็ผลงานที่ผ่านมาผมก็จะส่วนใหญ่ก็จะเป็นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของ projection mapping จริงๆก็เป็นคนทำงานด้านพวกcontent projection แล้วก็เรื่องแบบ immersive base ของ projection mapping ที่ผมรู้สึกว่าสายงาน projection เนี่ยจริงๆมันเป็นพื้นฐานของการทำ content เพราะว่าสุดท้ายแล้วการทำ content เนี่ยสมัยก่อนเรามีปีใช่ไหมครับทำงานอยู่ที่ไทย699 quality การถ่ายเป็นกล้องทุกอย่างแต่เมื่อ immersive artist ต้องการทำคอนเทนต์ที่มีไซส์ที่มันใหญ่มันจะมีเรื่องของ quality ของวิธีคิดหรือว่าการดีไซน์บางอย่างที่มันไม่ใช่ใน16:9หรือว่า 16:10ดังนั้นเมื่อในอดีตผมได้เริ่มการทำงานปี 2002 สำหรับการเริ่มแล้วก็แมปปิ้งครั้งแรกเป็นช่วง 2004-2007 ตอนนั้นมันยังไม่มีโปรแกรมในการทำแมปปิ้งเราก็ต้องเรียนรู้เรื่องการทำคอนเทนต์ไซส์ใหญ่ตอนนั้นก็มีแค่โปรเจคเตอร์ที่สามารถจะยิงคอนเทนต์ที่ใหญ่ได้แล้วก็บนวัตถุต่างๆก่อนที่เทคโนโลยีของ LED จะเข้ามาดังนั้นแต่ว่าวิธีคิดการดีไซน์ตรงนี้แหละเป็นจุดเปลี่ยนที่ตอนเราเรียนฟิล์มแล้วเราข้ามมาเรียนอิมเมอร์ซีฟก็ได้ลองทำแล้วก็พัฒนาโปรเจกต์มาเรื่อยๆนะครับตอนนั้นก็เป็นการส่งงานแล้วก็แสดงงานต่างของทุกปีแล้วก็พอบางอย่างการดีไซน์สิ่งพวกนี้สำหรับผมไม่ได้มองว่าผมได้ยึดติดอยู่ที่โปรเจคเตอร์ LED หรือ Lighting ผมมองว่าสิ่งนั้นที่ผมจะทำเป็นสเปซเป็นพับลิกสเปซเป็นอาคารเป็นตึกหรืออะไรก็แล้วแต่สิ่งที่ผมอยากเล่าเรื่องไอเดียที่ผมอยากเล่าเรื่องสุดท้ายแล้วอินพิเมนต์อะไรมีเดียอะไรหรือว่าเทคนิคอะไรมันมาซัพพอร์ตให้สิ่งที่เราเล่ามันได้แต่ตรงกันข้ามต่อให้เราเป็นครีเอเตอร์เป็นอาร์ติสต์เราอยากเล่าอะไรแต่สิ่งหนึ่งที่เราจะต้องเรียนรู้ก็คือเราต้องมีเรื่องความรู้โน้ตฮาวทางด้านเทคโนโลยีหรือการทำงานร่วมกับซัพพลายเออร์ดังนั้นสิ่งนี้มันเลยกลายเป็นเพนพอยท์ที่มันเกิดขึ้นในระหว่างการทำ projection mapping มาโดยตลอดเพราะว่าแอมเบียนของบ้านเราเนี่ยประหยัดเปรียบเทียบกับงานที่ฝั่งยุโรปแอมเบียนไลติ้งของบ้านเราคือค่าแสงมันสูงกว่าบ้านของเขาบ้านเขาเพื่อนมันจะดูมืดกว่าเราการฉาย projection mapping มันจะดูสวยงามไม่ดีเยอะกว่าบ้านเราเต็มไปด้วย LED แล้วก็ lighting แม้กระทั่ง lighting ที่อยู่ตามpublic space ของเราก็ดูเมนมันก็สูงขึ้นตามดังนั้นบางอย่างมันก็เลยให้สิ่งที่เวลาเรา
เจอเรียกว่า public space ตรงไหนนะอย่างหนึ่งก่อนที่เราจะเรียนคอนเทนต์มาจะต้องมีความรู้ทางด้านการเรียกว่าการ scout location อะไรพวกนี้แล้วก็โอเคครับขออนุญาตอันนี้คือสิ่งที่ผ่านมาที่ประสบการณ์ที่ผมเรียนรู้มาจนวันหนึ่งตอนนี้ผมทำโปรเจกต์เปลี่ยนโปรเจกต์เฟสติวัลอันหนึ่งขึ้นมาเป็นเรียกว่าเป็น virtual fair หรือว่าเป็นโปรเจกต์ที่ชื่อ Unfair จริงๆมันคือการรวมกลุ่มคนที่ทำ immersive content ก่อนที่เดี๋ยวเวลารู้ไม่พอก็วันนี้หัวข้อที่เราพูดเรื่องเฟสติวัลเราเลยอยากจะเอาตัวอย่างของเทศกาลชื่อ Unfair เป็นเทศกาลที่ผมเปลี่ยนขึ้นมาโดยที่พาร์ทเนอร์ส่วนหนึ่งก็ทีมก้าที่เป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการช่วยพัฒนาเฟสติวัลนี้ขึ้นมาถามว่าเฟสติวัลนี้ทำไมมันไม่รู้สึกมันไม่เกี่ยวอะไรกับ projection mapping แต่จริงๆแล้วมันเป็นเบสหลักของการเปลี่ยนเทศกาลนี้ขึ้นมาเพราะว่ากลุ่มคนที่ร่วมกันสร้างและก็คิดเทศกาลนี้คือกลุ่มคนที่ทำ immersive content การออกแบบประสบการณ์ของ new media ต่างๆแต่ถ้าสมมติว่าเราอยู่ในบ้านเราเนี่ยถ้าผมเคยเปลี่ยนพยายามจะเปลี่ยน projection mapping ในที่ว่าขึ้นมาซึ่งปัจจัยหลายอย่างแล้วด้วยองค์ความรู้และทางผู้สนับสนุนหรืออะไรก็แล้วแต่เนี่ยเรารู้สึกว่าสิ่งหนึ่งที่เราคุยกันมาเสมอว่าเราควรจะมีเทศกาลที่อะไรบางอย่างที่ทำให้ creator ที่ฝั่งเทคโนโลยีแล้วก็ supplier ร่วมมือกันแล้วก็ sharing knowledge บางอย่างเทศกาลนี้เป็นหนึ่งที่ผมคิดขึ้นมาจากการเอากลุ่มคนทางด้านฟรีกลุ่มคนทางด้าน immersive กลุ่มคนทางด้าน entertainment คอนเสิร์ตทุกอย่างมารวมกันแล้วก็แชร์องค์ความรู้แล้วก็แลกเปลี่ยนอุปกรณ์อิควิปเมนต์กันบางอย่างฟังดูเหมือนดูไม่ได้แปลกอะไรนะที่ผมพูดมันหมายว่าผมเอาสกิลของคนฝั่งฟรีเอาสกิลของคนฝั่งฟรีมาพัฒนาที่คนฝั่งไลติ้งคอนเสิร์ตเรียนรู้หรือเอาสกิลการโอเปเรตไลติ้งของฝั่งคอนเสิร์ตพัฒนาให้คนฝั่งฟรีเนื่องจากว่าบริษัทผมทำงานด้านฝั่งเป็นเมนครับถ่ายหนังแล้วก็คอนเสิร์ตแล้วก็อีเวนต์เรารู้สึกว่าสิ่งพวกนี้เป็นบางอย่างที่ถ้าเราเปลี่ยนเฟสติวัลขึ้นมาเราจะเปลี่ยนเฟสติวัลอะไรที่มันทำให้คนแบบเราได้ความรู้แล้วก็กระจายความรู้อย่างเงี้ยออกไปนอกได้ก็เลยเกิดเป็นเทศกาลชื่ออันเฟสนะครับเทศกาลนี้มันเป็นเรื่องของอันนี้ผมขออนุญาตให้ดูรอบที่ผ่านมามันดูเหมือนเป็นเทศกาลที่ไม่ได้มีมันดูเหมือนมันรวมทุกฟอร์แมตของ entertainment industry นะครับแต่จริงๆแล้วอันนี้มันคือเจตนาที่ผมตั้งใจตั้งชื่อฟอร์แมตมันขึ้นมาเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าความไม่มีฟอร์แมตของมีเดียมตอนนี้มันคือสิ่งที่เรากำลังตามหาอยู่เพราะว่าทุกศาสตร์ที่เห็นในนี้มันคือองค์ประกอบที่เราสอนอาชีพกันทางด้านมีเดียครีเอเตอร์ทั้งหมดแต่เราไม่เคยเอาคนจากเรียกว่าจากอินดัสทรีต่างๆมานั่งแชร์ลิงก์ประสบการณ์กันอันเฟสเลยกลายเป็นสิ่งที่ผมกับทีมดีไซเนอร์แล้วก็ทีมก้าทุกคนเราก็ช่วยกันคิดว่าเราจะเอาอะไรมาเป็นจุดเชื่อมที่ทำให้นักออกแบบของหลากหลายอินดัสทรีพวกนี้มารวมกันมันก็เลยปีที่แล้วผมพูดเรื่องผมพูดเรื่อง virtual festival ซึ่งมันเป็นเรื่องของเทคโนโลยีใหม่ในการขายแต่ปีนี้ผมเรื่องของ real time technology ที่มันมีผลกับโครงการออกแบบ immersive หรือว่าโครงการออกแบบมีเดียทั้งหลายในเทศกาลทำไมต้องเป็นเรียลไทม์เพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วเรียลไทม์ที่มันเป็นครับที่ถ้าคนที่เป็นนักออกแบบทำด้านโปรดักชันเนี่ยจะรู้ว่าอย่าง AI ตอนนี้มันเป็นเรียลไทม์Unreal Engine ที่เป็นเวอร์ชันของการถ่ายหนังมันก็พัฒนามาเพื่อให้เรียลไทม์ก็พูดง่ายๆคือมันไม่ต้องการเรนเดอร์แล้ว quality ของมันได้ดีมากตอนนี้แล้วสิ่งที่เราทำ projection mapping ในตอนนี้เราไม่เคยทำใช้ 4K Full HD เราทำที่ 4K 2K ผมถามว่าการทำแบบนั้นในสมัยก่อนปีที่แล้วเนี่ยคุณต้องเรนเดอร์กันเป็นวันเป็นอาทิตย์แต่ณตอนนี้เทคโนโลยีทุกอย่างพวกนี้มันพัฒนาขึ้นเร็วมากขึ้นเจเนเรตทุกอย่างได้เร็วขึ้นเจเนเรทีฟวิชั่นตอนนี้เป็นสิ่งที่ผมมองว่ามันคือสิ่งที่เป็นคีย์ในการอันนี้ก็คือสิ่งที่เรารวมจากทุกอินดัสทรีนะครับแต่ปีนี้มันคือเป็นเรื่องคอนเทนต์ของ real time generative เพราะว่าสิ่งพวกนี้มันเป็นส่วนหนึ่งที่อยู่ในอุตสาหกรรมบันเทิงทุกอย่างเราแต่เราจะเชื่อมันยังไงแล้วก็ให้กลุ่มทั้งสี่แล้วก็มีดีฮาร์ดอันนี้แน่นอนครับพวกเราทุกคนที่นั่งอยู่ในนี้คือเป็นทุกคนรู้เรื่องการใช้มีดีฮาร์ดดังนั้นศิลปินครีเอเตอร์ถามว่าถ้าเขามาเทศกาลนี้แล้วได้มาเจอกับเจ้าของอุปกรณ์หรือเทคโนโลยีจะพูดง่ายๆว่าครีเอเตอร์มาเจอกับเทคโนโลยีอุปกรณ์โปรแกรมหรือฮาร์ดแวร์ต่างๆเขาก็มาที่นี่แล้วก็คนที่generate พวก AI ทำหนัง AI ก็เอาฮาร์ดแวร์ซอฟต์แวร์มีเดียเซิร์ฟเวอร์ส่วนสำคัญมากแล้วก็อุปกรณ์อะไรที่สมัยใหม่ทั้งหมด Generative AI อันนี้ผมเน้นตรงที่ผมเอา Director แล้วก็ Curator จาก LA มาเอาหนัง AI ตอนนี้ที่กำลังทุกคนเห็นเนี่ยมาบอกว่าได้ใช้หนังเป็น use case ของเขาทำยังไงเขาทำหนัง AI จากอะไร
บุคลากรแล้วก็จริงๆมันคือเราเป็นครีเอเตอร์แต่เราไม่สามารถที่จะเรียนรู้ด้านเทคโนโลยีได้มากถ้าเราไม่สร้างคอมมูนิตี้นี้ขึ้นมาผมก็จะไม่มีทางที่จะเจอได้อุปกรณ์จากแบรนด์ดังๆหรือนิวมีเดียฮาร์ดแวร์ใหม่ๆที่เขาส่งเข้ามาตรงนี้มันคือจุดเริ่มต้นที่กลุ่มนักออกแบบรวมตัวกันแล้วก็สร้าง Unformat Studio นี้ขึ้นมานะครับก็อันเฟสก็คือหลังจากที่ทั้งหมดนี้มันคือคอนเทนต์ที่ก่อนคิดเทศกาลอันเฟสขึ้นมาพอเราคิดเทศกาลขึ้นมาเราก็ต้องมีแคตตากรีของมันดังนั้นทั้งหมดนี้มันเป็นแคตตากรีที่เกิดขึ้นในงานอันฟิล์มโปรเซสของการทำหนังที่ผมพูดเนี่ยอันฟิล์มคือหนังมันตอนนี้มันเปลี่ยนไปแล้วฮะมันไม่ใช่หนังเหมือนสมัยก่อนที่เป็นรุ่นผู้ใหญ่ถ่ายฟิล์มกันละหนังตอนนี้มันเปลี่ยนไปมากผมเชื่อว่าคำว่าหนังมันไม่พอละทุกวันนี้ที่เราเห็นตามออนไลน์หรือโซเชียลเน็ตเวิร์กมันก็เป็นหนังใหม่ๆทั้งหมดต่อมาเมื่อคุณรู้วิธีการสร้างหนังสมัยใหม่ที่มันจะเกิดขึ้นในอนาคตแล้วคุณก็ต้องมีโรงฉายหนังมันคืออันซีนีมาจริงๆแล้วมันไม่ใช่โรงฉายหนังมันคือการเอามีเดียที่คุณสร้างมาฉายแล้วก็บอก use case บอกเรื่องหลังการทำงานตรงนั้นนั่นคือแก่นของอันซีนีมาอันไลฟ์ก็คือโชว์เคสเมื่อคุณเป็นimmersive creator คุณสร้าง projection mapping คุณก็ต้อง
แกม direct หรือแล้วแต่ก็ต้องมีที่มันแสดงโชว์เคสตัวนี้เป็นตัวโชว์ของศิลปินทั้งวันที่เป็นคอนเฟอเรนซ์ทั้งหมดมาแล้วก็มาร่วมแสดงในตอนเย็นพูดง่ายก็คือจับเอาฟิล์ม director ผสมกับ AI ผสมกับนักดนตรีแล้วก็สร้างที่เป็นโชว์พิเศษขึ้นมาในตอนเย็นของทุกวันส่วนอันโฟอันเดโมก็เหมือนงานซิมโพเซียมก็เป็นการคอนเฟอเรนซ์ที่ศิลปินเหล่านี้เขาต้องเอาความรู้ของเขามาพูดหรือว่าจริงๆมันคือโซลูชันของการ develop เทคนิคต่างๆหรือว่าวิธีคิดต่างๆของศิลปินที่เอามาแลกเปลี่ยนกันเพราะว่าผมเชื่อว่าในมีเดียเนี่ยชื่อมันก็บอกแล้วว่ามันเป็นเรื่องใหม่ผมรู้สึกว่าผมวิ่งตามเรื่องนี้มานานว่าสิ่งที่มันเร็วที่สุดคือเราต่อยอดสิ่งที่เราทำกันก็เลยรู้สึกว่าอยากเป็นการมีสิ่งที่เป็นครับก็อันนี้คือสิ่งที่มันเกิดขึ้นแล้วเราก็ทำเดโมเรื่องของโอชัวมีนะนี่นั่นเรื่องจีนนะครับโอเคครับหมดแล้วจริงๆก็อันนี้ก็เป็นสตอรี่นะครับผมว่าเวลามันไม่พอแล้วผมฝากอันนี้คือศิลปินที่มานะครับอันนี้เป็นเรามีประมาณศิลปินจากเข้าเว็บไซต์ครับทุกอย่างอยู่ในนะครับที่ผมพูดนะครับ
I think we have seen all the fascinating works from all the five countries and the region and the firms around the world. In this opportunity, I would like to welcome Mr. Noel Kamoni, Vice President of China, the Thai Animation and Computer Graphic Association, and the moderator of the panel discussion. And can I ask Mr. Ong Chon Mani, Ichi Ishida, are you going to translate of current and how much more watchfully and Mr. What's on the space, please?
Okay, welcome you guys back to the stage. This is you probably need to share my encouragement. One more share. We need one more share, please. Okay, guys, let me run a little bit. So we're gonna cut this session a little shorter than we expected. But yeah, but I'm waiting for the share. So after we hear all those wonderful presentation from all of them, now this is the final session, and we would like to dig deep into the thought and see about how and why and for our analysts. But yeah, we quite have limited time, so we cannot ask everyone all the questions. So I will specifically ask this person a question that I think is you probably need to answer. And then if you want to jump in, please welcome to jump in. So first, I think we all here because we won a festival, like a lighting or projection mapping festival in Thailand. I think the first question is going to be like, what's this? How do you see the unique value of the projection mapping event that you guys create so beautifully? How do you think each value bring into the city or bring into the community that was the festival? I think let's go to Mr. First, maybe. This is well. Okay, yeah. Okay, great.
Thanks for the question. I think Thanks for the question. Yes. I think for me at the night festival, I think in terms of the value that we receive, It's really trying to showcase the stories of the city's heritage in a fun and engaging manner. Because not only do we present the projection mapping, but it's also through installations and collaborations. And it's beyond what you see in the museums in terms of the heritage of the city. And at the same time, I think when we work with international artists, it's also important because they're able to see and present the same information that Singaporeans receive in a different light to their own understanding, and that adds a different level of interactivity. And additionally, I think also based on that, for us, I think it also brings a sense of national pride and identity, seeing the words and our story being presented on these historical buildings, for example.
That's good. So basically you bring out the public identity out to what to say through the projection mapping. How about Andy? What do you think about that?
For me, it is more to a problem solver. You can design a solution using the lines. For instance, my issue to tackle neglected space or a decayed public space. So using the projection mapping or video mapping, I can say that the program of revitalizing those neglected space can be then transformed into a very positive way. So yeah, I see projection mapping or video mapping as a problem solver, and also we can get more innovative ideas using the lights and the visual spectacle to to influence people to see different way or different perspective. So it's all about seeing things differently through the film or through the projection mapping.
Cool. How about let's hear from European side maybe?
That's cool. But for me, first is for the audience. One thing is very powerful we come from digital art and the proposition venue with screen rooms, so it was very difficult for our very all the audience. So the thing what is magical is we have everyone in the street at the same time. So large audience, audience, children, teenagers. So it's a great moment for share, for being proud of the city, for a positive moment. It's a way for reappropriation of your living space. You see, it's a new way for seeing where you live. It's a mediation for architecture. Yes, and it's interesting because we are in the middle of a lot of dynamics. So we work with tourism, we work with heritage, we work with art. So it's a common moment for a lot of actors dynamic. And for the city, it's a very interesting event for image, for economic impact.
Okay, so basically, I think it's the projection mapping event is like it's really great for the community. It's bring people together, bring people outside the monitor outside to the outside. I think we actually as Bangkok as the city we really need that. We need people to come out more and join the lovely more. But to create this kind of event, I imagine it's going to be very hard. And I want you to share some of the serenity, which you already touched that a little bit on your presentation, but I want you to share what is the challenge that you for you to create your one projection mapping competition to now. Yeah, I think and we already have one minds of a lot.
Yeah, actually, in our mission, in the beginning is a different situation because no one knows about the British market. So At that time, we want to grow down the British map scene at that time. But now, the British mapping scene is growing now, very well now. So, and my festival is moving several places, and that is a different situation from your festival. And every local place had a different program or priority. And now in Japan, a lot of government or local place think about the economic scene something, and it means tourist program. So a lot of local place want to invite a lot of inbound tourists. So the British mapping is one of the good content for such kind of nighttime activity and entertainment things. In Japan, usually, even in Tokyo also, there are not so many nighttime entertainment at the time. So now we need such kind of nighttime economy. So we could performance, music, club, also. So we're designing such kind of nighttime culture. So British mapping also part-time this kind of things. And also we are discussing about different parts of nighttime. So performance, lighting, British mapping, culture, art. So it's very important for the gathering, not independent, but together to make a design. So we need the technology and to collaborate in the other field peoples. So always we need think and find some new way for collaboration. So cooperation is very interesting now.
It's become one of my translating and even set up so quickly. This year for cameras, you've done so many videos.
Yeah, I mean, I think my position is unique here because I'm working in several festivals in different countries and different continents. So, and every of them is different, and we have different challenges on the different places. In Bucharest, in Romania, you know, there, of course, there is a challenge to get every year the budget, but then when the city goes for it, and we get, and then we don't have to worry about the budgets anymore. So that's easy position there. But for example, in the States, the city doesn't give anything, even we have to pay for the city for the police and fire and stuff like that. So there we have to involve private sponsors, which is a very difficult process. And it's hard to convince somebody who has never seen such a thing that it's good for them, the people are coming. But at the end of the day, when we succeed to do a festival and then the people are coming, and we have always, in any of the festival I was involved, there was always a lot of people, much more than the others expected. I always say, no, don't worry, there will be a lot of people coming, but you know, people who are giving the money, they are doing the math, but yes. So this is why I mentioned that, for example, in IMF, we have last year more than 100,000 people just for the show. But IMF is a little bit unique because there is only one projection. So I mean it's one time. So there is half an hour show and that's it. So if you miss it, it's never come back again. There's no replay. It's just only one time. So this is why all the people are gathering together for the half an hour, and this is why we have 100,000 people. Yeah, meanwhile in our US projects we have a normal way that in every half an hour, every 15 minutes, the show is going and going. So yeah.
It sounds like if the more we do, it's easier to become it. Right? This year we already have done projection mapping Bangkok Design for this is for the 7th time already. So I think people get more familiar with this kind of show, and maybe hopefully we can create a festival in the future. Let's hear from Bangkok, see he's done one and see how the show is doing that in Thailand perspective.
For I think for for projection mapping, the culture in Thai actually we love and want to make a festival projection before because projection mapping the core idea about the architecture is a site specific in the art will come into play, right? So content projection project in the architecture. But in Thai, if you see in the city, most of the building is a new building. The character, the Thai character from the projection mapping is we have a lot, but we can't use it for the projection mapping. Right, you guys came to Thailand and you saw most of the projection artists learn to project some building, like for the content activities. So this is kind of like in Thai. So if in the future we want to make a projection mapping in Thailand festival, maybe we need to like collaboration with like architect or urban association or sponsorship or everything and find the identity about it. Because projection mapping is for the storytelling. Architecture is okay. If the architecture is got the like good design, projection mapping is like make it like decoration, look it like another story about the building, whatever. But if we can develop or can make a projection festival in the future, we need something like Thai identity and use the projection mapping technique or the artist develop, create new identity or new storytelling about our culture. And the technologies or the new technology or everything in the future is coming, we develop and push technique or create something like projection mapping, connect with the lighting, connect with the sound, drone or everything, This is my perspective in the future for the projection mapping. Like that.
Yeah, you touched it to the next question because we want to talk to since we know projection mapping and she already said that he's been doing it for like what 15 years, almost 15 years. So it's not a new thing anymore. So what is the future? This is what we touched a little bit about. So like what is the future? And we'll touch a lot about it. So I want to hear from you guys, anyone that want to answer this, like, what's your view when you look into the future of projection mapping? What do you see? What do you see? How is it evolving in technology, in media, or in audience perspective? What do you see? What do you see? No one.
No, it's one of the technology change quickly, but it's our perspective of the writing for me. Video mapping is it's a young creation. I compare often with movie. The beginning of cinema, you saw the the French movie with the train with everybody said. And when you saw the building, you say, but now we must create a grammar, writing, different direction, tell stories, new design. So we have new tool to do better, quicker, differently. We have a lot to see in a term of the way from using mapping. For example, at the beginning we did a lot of one single mapping. Now we work with tools, different area, different kind of mappings. So the experience is not only see one building, but it's more to the city, discover the city, the area, information.
Just my thinking is that what I see now is really clear. That's also one of what you mentioned, that the projection mapping is really growing, and now I have the chance to make a projection on the city hall. And I think we see that it's just the start of something. So there is much more space. For example, what we have in Europe, especially in France, they're going since almost 20 years. Or I don't know that they have been in every town church or they have projections in the whole summer. And I think this is here in the emerging market, so it will grow a lot. I think this is just the beginning.
How about you, Dave? I'd like to see video mapping or projection mapping in the future to be more like blended with the design thinking. So in relation with this design forum in Bangkok Design Week, I think projection mapping or video mapping not only will become the art of expression only, but also the design expression. And you can also design your solution using utilizing projection mapping onto several problems like the public space problem, and maybe some of you will need a campaign to do with the campaign. So I think design and projection mapping can be so much powerful to use as the future media.
Yeah, okay, so you think it can have more function that can express,
Yes. Yeah, and for me, because I'm an artist, not a programmer, so I think I must say it's more really regional collaboration, sharing of ideas, which this forum has been very helpful in hearing the different ideas that can be done across. So that's one thing. At the same time, it's also the level of immersiveness, especially as the younger generation has a very short attention span. It's like how exactly can we hit the right spot and get them interested, get them stay long enough and be inspired by the story. So I think it's that element.
Yeah, I think important point of view of the projection mapping is the projection mapping is actually bring just projection to something. So it means very flexible and free performance. So it means it can make cooperating with other technology or lighting, sensors, and space action as well. So I think projection mapping is really free. So that is very important. So young people and professional also trying to something new. So it's very good field of the performance. So I'm always doing research and doing the test and the research a lot of times with our team. And so of course the AI or something new typically happens very quickly. So it's pretty positive for me. So and European creator is having the new sense of the digital. So I think I hope the new technology, new ideas come from young people. So the projection mapping is a really good field for such kind of young people and new ideas.
Sorry, I just have one thing to add. Okay, while you're sharing a new idea, why not a TikTok filter? And then you can, I don't know, somehow do your own projection mapping by TikTok or something. It's like you can start young people then. I don't know. Just an idea.
Okay, so a new idea coming up every second now. during the kind of discussion. Okay. So I think that's sound very positive. I think we just starting the new type of media is growing a lot, and the technology is important. We talk about sensor technology. We'll talk about real time. Yeah, so there's a lot of things we can add to this thing, and fortunately the projection and the element around it is going to create a lot of interest. And I like Kazim's point about and it's bring more collaboration in many forms, and not just the artists, so technologies, artists, and of course across the country as well. So I think I'll come to the last part of the conversation. Since we have a lot of creators here, we have a lot of students upstairs. Where students, and people that be part of the development for festival. We have like people from CA over there. So I want you guys to make some statement to them. Can be particular to the group, but then to be general. Just short one. I think what you want to live there today? Is it hard? When we start, you should hold one.
Yeah. I also still feeling young. And actually, I'm 50 years old, actually. But yeah, the mind of the young is very important. So every time you're interested in a new thing, you're interested for the performance, interested for the people, interested for the country. So such thing is very important. So if you have such kind of sense, so you try anything and you go future. So I think every creator must have such kind of fresh mind always. So I look forward to your something new performance future.
Okay, then for me, because I'm also a part-time educator, I think it's very important to market yourself. Do a digital portfolio, put everything online. You need to market yourself. There's so many of you, but it's really about how you present yourself to other people. That's how collaboration happens, because you might be able to do great work, but if nobody knows what you're doing, I think it can help to, not help you progress. So I think it's good to interact, socialize, network, and build a brand personality for yourself.
From me, I would like to say very simple. This one is related with what I just presented. The art of leaving a legacy. So let's use the video mapping or projection mapping as an art to leaving a legacy.
I just want to comment. Yeah, good guys, you are the future. So I mean, I'm always happy to see you young talents on all our competitions where we go, and I hope that you will be there on the next ones in the next year. So just go ahead.
And for me, be curious and watch what the other artists do or did. Try. You can try in not have percentage time. Don't be shy of contact with other artists to the festival or give a lot of share the world.
For me, I think I would like to say about the creator, content creator for new generation and the old generation, for example. Every reference you see in the internet about the projection mapping content in the past, the storytelling is never end. But the new technology of programming, you use your new generation, the technique, program, software, everything. You use the new, you become like very evident. But for storytelling, most of the old work or anything in the past is can develop the idea. Because identity of projection mapping is about the storytelling, it's not about the technical. So every building got every site specific idea. So this is, I think, I would pass to everybody.
Oh, that's some great advice for the younger generation upstairs and the what you call old generation down here. Okay, that's good. Okay, so I think that's all the time we have for this session. All right, thank you. Give a round of applause to all the panelists. And now we have a break.
Yeah, but before that, I would like you to present the souvenir for the guests on the stage. Please, I don't know. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we have everything. What's it? Okay.
There's a souvenir from the Bangkok Design Week. Yes, can I announce it? On stage. Yeah. Thank you very much. With the presentation. Thank you very much. And thank you for the Projection Mapping Conference. Because we kind of like running a little to be late behind the schedule, I would like to have hot break only 10 minutes. All the snacks and refreshment in at the ground floor and also the toilet as well. So I would like to ask you to come back at 4:20 or 4 back on speaking to be another keynote speaker and also the talk from more than 10 of the training and the last session for today. So thank you very much.
ไม่อะขออินเทอร์เน็ตแรงทางบ้านเนี่ยไม่พอบอกพี่เลยพี่บอกเลยนะบอกนี่จริงสักว่างเลยที่ไว้
เปิดมาครับเปิดเร็วเปิดโซนว่าดูแล้วว่าเก็บได้ประมาณผมดู
คนเราเพลงรู้นะ
See headache of the air conditioner. Yeah.
No. What time do you start? What time start? Okay.
internet
No, because I don't. So you get me.
ตัวใหญ่ๆเลย XL อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Close the bubble. Put back slideshow. This slideshow. Slideshow. On top, slideshow.
Okay.
The world conflict from a partnership of data, technology, to lead implementing the national forms in this is. So please welcome to the honor. Thank you.
I would like to thank Adi and Michi for putting me in touch with Jim, who invited me here today. I am not going to talk about video mapping, maybe just a little bit, but that's not the focus. I want to tell you many things. It's going to be more or less 3 different parts, and I'm going to start with my role as a curator. So curator can be called also programmer, or like in some places it's the organizer who decides what they show. I have been a curator for 6 years now, and I'm going to focus on my own little live art festival in a small city in Belgium called Leuven. This city is amazing because it's full of heritage. There's many churches. We have the oldest botanic garden of Europe. I'm going to switch some of the video records. So you have beautiful churches, beautiful spaces, and it's a small city where it's really easy to walk around and organize art walk around the city, made mostly for the people of the city. I have worked with many different live festivals over the years as a guest curator or as artist agent, because I've been working with international artists from Europe, Korea, America, taking their work into many different places. And I want to emphasize that in the live festival scene, you really have 2 categories. You have the live festivals who are directed by tourism, where the goal is to have more people and more tourists. And then you have the live festivals who have more focus on art. I am more in the second category, and I really wish that more live festivals would hire curators or a board of people who can select for the art quality. Do you know the sound of the video? So as a curator, I'm working in the public space, where you can find a lot of video mapping, as well as inside heritage venues. And my goal is always to create a dialogue between the artwork and the venue. Also the dialogue with the audience, and invite a wide audience of people who maybe don't go inside museums, who don't go inside art galleries, or people who are just like walking, doing shopping, or coming back from their work on the evening. As a curator, for me, it's always interesting also to readapt existing art installations. So I think for all the students and emerging artists in the room today, it's very important to not work many months for something that you show only one time, unless this is the point of the project. Many curators or festivals, they want to premiere something new, something never seen before. And I know from experience that a good work is version number 3. It's never version number 1. So as a curator, I reach out to artists who sometimes have done something small scale or something that is not meant to be in a live festival. For example, this installation was always shown in small gatherings, and I invited the artist to make it bigger and show it into a car park, an underground garage, and we made a version that was seen by thousands of people over 10 days. Same with this installation, it was never meant to be shown during night time. So the artist is like, he calls himself a sculpture of air. So he makes those inflatable structures. And I created this collaboration with a light artist to program a special version with light for the nighttime installation. As you can see, some artwork I will select really because they work so well with the space. This is an old temple that had this circular space, and this installation has been presented many ways, but this version with like the center as a playground and the audience around was really a really good version. So sometimes you just saw a little bit of video mapping. I want to talk about that. To me, video mapping is one medium among many others. So video mapping is more about what you want to say, what you want to express. It has to make sense. Your story has to make sense with this facade, with this building, in this context. And video mapping should really be about the story you want to tell, not about the effects you want to show. As Antoine said, it's still very emerging and very new, so I totally understand why it's necessary to still try all the visual tricks. But guys, it's been almost 20 years, we have to go to step 2 and tell stories now. So when you start working on your video mapping piece, really start by the story, not by the software or the effects you know how to make. It's like secondary, in my opinion. This is the latest edition that happened in December. So example of amazing venue, this is the ballroom of the whole city hall of the city of Durban. And usually people from the city that do not access the ballroom, that is only for very special events. And this is the council room. So this is where the council of the city has closed meetings to make the decisions. And for me, it was super interesting to show this piece of Lucas Stringer that is about intelligence, but also kind of making fun of this so-called intelligence, because those little robots, they are very basic, simple behavior, just depending on what their neighbor is doing. So for me, it was an interesting dialogue between like the intelligence of humans in the room making decisions and the so-called intelligence of very basic programmed robots in the stadium. I always try to do outdoor pieces and public space, because to me, and this is also something I want to emphasize about video mapping, because it's very often outdoor, public space is political. It was mentioned a little bit at the end of the panel. I think it's so special and becoming more and more unique that what we do most of the time is free, because culture is becoming more and more expensive for people and not accessible to everyone. So we really have to fight so that art in public space remains free and accessible to everyone, because it's a political statement, in my opinion, to do that. What I love about festival working with heritage is also how you get people inside places they have never seen before. For example, it used to be a primary school that was closed for almost 100 years. So the people of Durban, for most of them, it was the first time they discovered this really beautiful inside structure in the center of the city. And for these artists, it was also the first time they presented it with some light elements added to the sculpture. I present very often audiovisual installations, so this is a good example of an artist duo who work as much on the visual aspect and the structural aspect as the audio composition that is programmed and generated. I like also to show pieces that are very analog, very low tech, and sometimes other pieces that are all about digital, complex, program and blah blah blah. So for me, it's never about the technology itself, but what you do with it. You can have the best artwork made with this old old slide projectors from the 80s. It's the amount of possibility is almost infinite, so it's as good as any generative artwork. And for me, it's a bit of a mistake when a festival is too much about the technology, because then it can become more of a showcase of technology. Like you have this fair showing projectors and big computers, and art should really be again about what you want to express. It doesn't matter if it's with pieces of paper that you hold or if it's with 25 computers. So as a curator, I've been invited as guest curator in much bigger festivals, like Lyon, that is the light festival of the city of Barcelona, and it was a really great challenge because in Barcelona you have 300,000 people over 3 nights, and for the city of Barcelona, the only thing that is important is no queues, no lines. They don't care what the show has had. The important is that there's always people flowing. So it was a very interesting challenge for me because in my small festival in Belgium, I don't have the queues and line problems. So as you can see, this artwork I presented also in Barcelona, and it was so interesting to see the same artwork evolve into different contexts. Another very challenging example, and back to talking about public space, this is the art walk in the underground area of Montreal. And I think there could be so many similarities with Bangkok because this underground network is mostly malls and corridors accessing subways. And this is a place where people walk every day between their home and their work, or when they have to go to do some paperwork at the administration. And it was such a challenging context because, for example, the top left artwork from Olivia Matti was shown in front of a food court next to a very noisy bank and immigration bureau. And I had very limited budget, and the installations had to stay in public space for 6 weeks with no surveillance. So that was also how do we make something digital a little bit, more safe with no equipment to steal. And I really love this challenge because it allowed me, this was the best example of reaching out people who would never have seen this type of artworks otherwise. So this is a bit my transition, talking about my work with Joanie Lemercier, that we've been working together for 12 years. And as curator, I had this opportunity in 2020 to create the first solo exhibition of our studio. And for us, it was the first opportunity. As a studio, we've always shown one artwork in a group show or one artwork in a festival. And this time the challenge was, how do we tell a story through maybe 6, 7, 8 art installations? So I am the one of the curator who wrote the story. In the Latin language, curator comes from curare, that means taken care of. For me, a curator has to take care of the artist, that's the way to have good art, and take care of the audience by telling the good story. I'm going to skip this one. So this is Johnny. Johnny is a man. So now all of you know, in case you still have that. And I'm going to skip through a couple of artworks Johnny did before we started working together, like in 2009 in Songdo City in Korea. And one of his early artworks called Paper and Light. And this is something more recent that we did that is just global projection. This installation really came from the experience of Joanie as becoming an activist. It's because he started being an activist that he started using global projector. Global projection is fixed image. So when you come from 15 years of doing video mapping, video projection, it's very limited, but it allows you to project really, really big with one really small equipment. This installation was a turning point for our studio. In 2015, we were commissioned by this big festival in the Netherlands, and we decided that this project would be the first project that is built and structured to not be a one-off. So when we wrote the structure of this piece called Blueprint, we made it into chapters with some elements that would remain always the same video content, and some elements that could change and evolve depending if the space was very high or if the space was very wide, depending if it's a live stage performance, installation in a factory like this one, or installation in a church. In 2018, we started working on a video projection on water screen. It was Joanne's dream since many years to always get rid of the screen, always escape the screen. And when you project on water, you get this magic that when there is no image, it's completely transparent, so you can forget about the projection surface. We've been very lucky that this large-scale projection on the water screen has been shown in almost all the big live festivals of Europe and Australia and some places in Asia. It reached a very large audience, over nights and nights, hundreds of people. And for us, it was very precious to reach more people than we ever did before thanks to this project. And again, for the students in the room, one way to achieve something so big, it all started in our studio in Brussels, in Belgium, with a MIDI prototype. So this is maybe that size. With just one small video projector and some water system that Joanie bought at the garden shop. So of course, after that, it was 2 years of R&D and improving and making it better and learning what kind of content works well on water, because not every video content will be nice. So now we have two types of water screen. We have the big outdoor show called Constellations, and this is big water screen system with big drops of water. And then we have this indoor version that is called Brume, where it's much thinner mist. So the surface is more transparent, but you cannot put this one outdoor because of the wind that would wash out the mist instantly. And for us, it really became, thanks to these different art projects we made all with water, it really became a new medium that we explored over years. So this is the latest big commission project we delivered for a permanent venue in Miami called Super Blue. And it's a new installation using this indoor water screen system, but with this a soundtrack, so it really becomes a show. And for us, it was a big challenge because this installation is supposed to stay minimum 3 years, running every day from 10 to 7. So it really took us a lot of work and R&D to make the whole system, hardware and software, be very stable. And just 2 days ago, it's been on since October, and 2 days ago we had a fucking update from the latest system that broke everything, because you can try anything to prevent the automated updates, they will always happen to you when you don't expect them. As a studio, and this is also something we share a lot, it's very important to consider your economic model. You cannot rely on one source of income. You cannot rely. In Europe, we are very lucky. There is a lot of festivals, a lot of museums who get public funding, but now with the politics, like everywhere in the world, money is becoming less and less. So that's why almost 15 years ago, Joanie also started developing gallery works to be sold in art galleries to private collectors. And for us, this challenge of selling an artwork that is maybe a physical print with video projection to a collector was a challenge for us to make things stable in theory forever. And this allowed us to be able to make those solo exhibitions with 7 to 10 installations that would run for 3, 6, 10 months. Because most of digital art, they run for 10 days, 2 weeks, and then nothing works. So it's really the next step that you must keep in mind, how you keep this run in the long time. I also don't believe, as a curator, I don't care if an artwork was made in 2002 or 2025, if it's good, if it makes sense. So I think it's such a shame that so many artists have been doing amazing artwork, sometimes 6, 7 years ago, that cannot run today. So you really have to keep that in mind when you make something new today. So now I'm going to talk about art and activism. It all started in 2018. Joanie heard about this coal mine being the biggest coal mine of Europe. And when you live in Belgium and when you're French and you think about coal, you think it's very, very far. Coal is like in China or, you know, in Russia or in those very far places. So when Joanie found out that the biggest coal mine of Europe was 1 hour and a half from our studio in Brussels, he decided to go because he couldn't believe it on his computer screen. So he went. This is how you can see the coal mine on Google Maps. And this is Joanie in front of the coal mine. And in 2018, it was really a personal shock, very, very deep, because at the time, Joanie's aesthetic as an artist, the kind of landscape he liked to generate on his computer, he liked to show in his art installations, were so similar to this reality. So it's one thing to imagine, you know, imaginary digital landscapes, and it's another thing when you see it in real life. And then you realize, oh, this is complete dystopia. This is the end of the world. This is not the future I want. So for us, it became, this is a real-time CO2 emission of the coal mine right now. So at the time, as an art studio, it became a big problem because we decided it was not possible to keep doing beautiful digital images, not asking ourselves questions like what is it that we do 10 hours a day, every day, how what we do as an art studio can make a difference in the world. So it was almost 2 years of being stuck, like frozen as a studio, and saying no to so many opportunities because it didn't make any sense anymore. Because we wanted to find a way to do something about that. The coal mine is not only about the destruction of nature, but also villages. So in 20 years, you would have 12 to 15 villages, churches completely erased. This is used to be the village of Imarat. So Joanie started going off site regularly. He started doing 3D scanning, filming the forest, doing some laser projection in the forest, and also supporting the activists in Germany who fight from the coal mine to erase this one of the oldest forests of Europe, and only 10% is left today. And you have to know also that this is for really energy, low energy coal. This is bad coal. It's like the worst kind. It's called lignite. And the only reason that coal mine like this one is running still in 2025 is because it gets public subsidies. So it's not even making money. So Joanie started also to do some laser projections to support the fight against the coal mine. So RWE is the name of the energy company that is running the coal mine. And we all live today in the society of the image. So when you produce a beautiful image like this one, it allows you to be in the newspaper, to be in the news channel, because then there is something visual impactful. So because of this becoming the #1 obsession of Joanie, it really transformed the way it works and the tools it used. So it started using this really small battery-powered laser projector, because with something that fits in your backpack and with another small battery, if you need extra, you could do really large projection. So it started supporting existing organizations who are specialized in this problem, like Fridays for Future or Ende Gelände, that is a German association. He also went to London to support Extinction Rebellion, and people from Bristol who were doing a lot at the beginning of video mapping started this collective called Projection Rebellion. So also, like, these artists doing video projection coming together to participate to this public debate and public conversation about how we want the future to be. So this is like a stupid illustration of how many lumens you can get with a very cheap global projector and a battery to get a really large projection. Just to compare, the green line on top is the 20K video projector that you cannot see, and below this is Joanie with the global projector, making 30K. I'm so sick because of the air conditioning in Thailand. I'm really sorry about that. So we had this crisis in the studio in 2018. So in 2020, when this amazing organization in Spain invited us to do this solo exhibition. They're called Foundation Telefónica. They are the art foundation from the mobile phone company #1 in Spain and Latin America. When they invited us to do this solo exhibition, it was just after a team lab exhibition. So when they invited us, they thought we would do team lab style. And we said, sorry, now we don't know how we can still do just video projection like that. But we will do the exhibition if half of the exhibition can be about the biggest coal mine of Germany, the biggest coal mine of Europe. And we don't know what happened, but they said yes. So that's how this solo exhibition was about, regular immersive video projection spaces, and then we would get into the coal mine. This installation we made about the coal mine, you lower the sound a little bit. It was very important for us from this first time we were showing something about activism and political in a public context like this exhibition. It was very important for us to give people hope, to give people reason to fight and want to get involved. It's not about the world is ending, everything's terrible, and we want you to be depressed. So that's why in this installation, we also presented those activists that are, becoming a group of people, and with the number of people, you can make a difference. You can try to go in the mine and stop the mine maybe for 1 hour, which doesn't change anything, but at least it's in the news everywhere the next day. We are experts in technology. So if you do video mapping, you must know computer renders, you must know render farms, you must know software plugins. So you have to be experts in technology. And as an expert in technology, you have to tell the world what you know. That's why last week Joanie did this projection in the context of the AI Summit in Paris, because Our politicians, they want the money of AI and the silicon ideology of AI, and they don't want the regulation. And we think it's necessary to discuss the regulation. We are not against AI. We just think it's important to raise the right questions about AI. AI for what? AI how? Which energy? How does it work? Who owns it? What can you do with it? What can you do with it? AI is going to be mostly for automated surveillance. It's going to be for war, not only for art. And us as artists, if we don't realize that we support some ideology, we're going to become the instrument of AI for AI. So to finish on something more positive, in the past, since 2018, 2020, we decided to actively create new imaginaries that we unfold through different art installations. So still working with water, but we decided to go more outdoor, to go more in nature. There are so many art installations about nature, but what is even better than about nature is when you are in nature. So we started to do this installation about, wild grasses and trees. And what is as important for us in an installation like this one is the visual result, the music, the shared moment with people in front of a tree that they see every day. But it is also the energy aspect. So this show was running only on battery system because laser is very low consumption. We use small sound system to limit the energy needs. This is the same idea, the same type of equipment. And the idea is, those grasses, they are nothing special. They're very boring. But if you use just lines of laser light, everything becomes special. Everything becomes magic. And we want, this is the kind of use of technology we want because this is the stories we want to share. And we also want to do things with low-tech, so reusing old stuff. This is Joanne transporting a solar panel with an old computer to do an installation in a botanic garden. This is us using AI to compare the real nature on the right that we photoshoot at night and some computer-generated. And then we show this to the botanists and ask questions with them, like, what do you think about the way computer imagines plants? This is very low-tech technology to produce the little 3D printed elements that were designed in 3D. But then it's just, those plastic elements put outside and the wind create those patterns. And we think it's amazing to reveal what you cannot see and reveal the beauty of those wind patterns that are very complex. And so this is really the way we want to work more and more, like use technology to help you build something that is maybe completely off the grid, running just with nature. This is the project that is keeping us busy recently in how to do solar projection and solar-based installation. So again, it's been 9 months of, I think now, this heliostat, we are at version number 15. And the goal is to control the sun and direct the sun to power our works. And it's very important that the prototype was completely analog, just tape on mirror and playing with the sun by a river. So you don't always need technology to make your installation happen. This is completely analog, taking the sun from outside, putting it inside a black room, and just, exploring the quality of the light of the sun. So we created the solar lab, and the solar lab is, I'm going to show you a 1-minute video to finish, so you will know what it is about. And in March, we are presenting many things from the solar lab in the Solar Biennale in Switzerland. And we're going to do, this is a prototype of a solar lens. So we make our own lens system. And when the sun is hitting the lens, it will create patterns, words, visuals. And Joanie will also release an open source solar kit, so a system that will allow anyone who knows how to use VVV to also use the code that knows where the sun is at a specific time of the day. So some kind of a conclusion, to be very humble. We don't know what should be done. We don't know what everyone here should do. We just know what we can do as artists, creators, as people with an expertise. I want to tell you something very important. Artists and creators, they have a magic power. When you ask most people to imagine something, they have to go in their database. They will imagine something thanks to something they saw on TV or something they saw on a movie, something they saw before. Artists and creators, they can create something that has never been seen before. So it is your responsibility. If we want a different future, you, the one in the room, you have to make those happen, and visuals, audiovisuals, imaginaries that people can imagine themselves in. The future can be technological, can be super cool and exciting, and at the same time can be more sober, using less energy, not being obsolete. We want computers that we can fix. We want technology that we know how to make work, not be the consumer of technology. And you all in this room have a very serious responsibility with that. You cannot do things that just look pretty, because the world is going really, really bad. So you have to take your role of artist very seriously. We are co-directors of Studio University.
We have been working in art and tech for 2 decades. We think it's necessary to reflect on the strong negative impact of tech on the environment.
With the Solar Lab, we propose a playground for experiments, installation, artwork, tools, resources, and thoughts, all in connection with the sun.
We are not making products, but the idea is to inspire and support. We want to initiate collaborations, conversations, and action. Tech requires an enormous amount of resources and energy. These consumptions must be reduced. We want to explore using the sun as an infinite source of energy, heat, and light.
Solar Lab is embracing the fact that the sun is not always accessible. In a humble relationship to nature, Solar Lab main ingredients cannot be controlled, but rather composed with. Join us. So follow the Solar Lab on Instagram. And I have one last thing very important for me. This place is about networking. I co-founded a network of women in the arts in Brussels, and it exists in many different cities in the world. There are so many women in art school and art university. How is it possible that we are panel with 7 men in 2025? So all the women in the room who are still students, you have to become top artists, and you have to be on stage in the next coming years, because it's too important.
Very nice. Thank you very much. I think we can have networking after a long session together, and we have more discussion on. But now I think it's the time for the last session for today is ASEAN Projection Mapping Conference, which will combine like 12 artists together talking about the design process, what the opinion of the future of the projection mapping and new media in ASEAN and Thailand worldwide together. We need some time to arrange some kind of sharing. I like able to get it. We have like a call and discussion together for like share about I like Will be shared on the stage after. So first of all, I would like to introduce you. One day, I'm sorry, it's if I pronounce name wrong. One day, they are on 21 Kalan. The co-founder of Alhamdulillah, Indonesia. And also Adi. And can I ask Adi Setiawan, the co-founder of Alhamdulillah? Okay. Can I ask Abdul Shaikh Abu Dashwan, the co-founder of Pyramid Malaysia? The next one can ask Fajar Karian, the father of the four and the fourth from Indonesia.
Hai, pada bagian dari overall report around the and very much experience then people flow to a better for the
Yeah, so maybe I can give you like one or two more minutes on the to introduce you with because we have the character. Thank you. Please welcome Fajar Karian for the talk. And I give you for the one who joined in about 15 minutes ago from Thailand. Invite the Homon, Oman, Ola, Sibu from Russian of Thailand.
Can I introduce Chanapong Panishaw from Yimsmer, Thailand?
invite San and Paul from to Studio Thailand. We need some more. We actually need for the informal, right? Conversation. So many people want to play. And I think maybe I need to help me to moderate the whole this big session, a little bit bigger session and whole. I think last year we had a talk actually on the community meeting about Mandy. I think that most of you also were there and we had a really discussion last year. And I think this year we kind of do something like bigger. And the conference is, I think, is very useful platform for people to learn and also the students joining us. So in this session, I think we would like to know how much you have been working with you for quite a time and how, like, other ways in which that you think this could be developed and integrate all the ideas and creative thinking in the participants and the community. So we will ask the question like again because we have so many people and maybe not enough time all of the speakers. So this for the first one. Maybe we would like to know like how you become interested in mapping on the new year. Yes. So maybe we can start from the outline. Yes. เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตนะคะคือถ้าเกิดเป็นศิลปินไทยเราขออนุญาตนะคะแล้วก็ศิลปินต่างๆที่จะอยู่ในเยอะ Okay, like how did you become interested in the projection mapping or DVD activity?
Hi, good evening everyone. Good afternoon everyone. My name is Mandi Mandana. I'm creative director and co-founder here. So the question is how I getting interested in projection mapping and any media. First, I know mapping in Bandung is did by Ishtomi. It's my senior here, and interested in using first. When I go to Japan to pursue my master degree, I felt really small and underground is
visual method is and then do some visual effect behind it using this mapping. Then when I saw it, I was doing Indonesia because to this kind of idea. So after I finish my study in Japan, I came back to Indonesia and asked my co-founder, but different. Yeah, we can come here and why don't we start creating like this kind of video because Indonesia, I think it's the emerging things in Asian so then so the thing that I in response to this music then we combine it to visual and then kind of things of one or two other
Thank you. How about your rationale? Like how you become interested in become field of activity?
So เดิมทีผมทำงานมาโดยตลอดหลายปีแล้วครับแล้วก็ทำงานใช้ได้ทุนไปสักพักมันเริ่มรู้สึกว่าผมจะทำแบบนี้ต่อไปไม่ได้แล้วฉันจะต้องตายไปกับคิดว่าไม่เอาแล้ววิธีไหนที่ได้อิสระในตัวบ้างก็เป็นปี2018ได้ออกตั้งแต่ตอนนั้นก็ได้พบเห็นประสบการณ์ใหม่ที่เจอเรื่อยๆก็ส่งผลงานออกนอกประเทศมากขึ้นเรื่อยๆก็รู้สึกว่าฉันน่าจะหาเงินฝั่งเที่ยวเพื่อฉันน่าจะไปเที่ยวฝั่งที่แล้วก็เดินทางออกไปได้มากที่สุด
มีการเที่ยวรายการใช้ด้วยคนหนึ่งเยอรมันขอเรียกเป็นชื่อสตูดิโอเนาะ
ฝั่งผมคือตอนที่เป็นเริ่มทำความดีเบสออนโปรโมชั่นจากภาพช่วงหนึ่งช่วงนั้นที่จบเทคโนโลยีมองว่าโปรโมชั่นที่อยู่เป็นเทคโนโลยีเราก็เลยเหมือนเราแค่อยากลองเลยเทคโนโลยีนั้นเข้ามาแล้วเนี่ยมันได้เริ่มแบบจริงๆเราก็ได้มาเห็นที่วันนี้ได้แบบที่สื่อแม้กระทั่งเป็นประเด็นเมืองนอกเราก็อยากทำที่กับว่าเราที่งานวันญี่ปุ่นเป็นครั้งแรกงานแรกที่เราเป็นจริงจากนั้นก็กลับมาทีนี้เราก็ได้ลองตอนนี้คือตลาดขายเริ่มเปิดมากขึ้นเริ่มมีโปรเจกต์เริ่มทำนั่นขึ้นมาก็เลยตรงนี้มันสนุกที่เราดูงานเองแล้วก็ให้คนอื่นได้ออกด้วยได้ของเราเรื่องก็เลยทำเลย
ก็เหมือนมีแรงบันดาลใจจากการที่มันมีอินเตอร์ชั่นกันระหว่างงานเราและงานที่อื่นแล้วก็พัฒนาไปด้วยนะคะสุดท้ายต้องทำนี้ด้วยกันไปยิ้มเสมอ
จริงๆก็ย้อนกลับไป10 ปีครับยิ้มเสมอปีนี้เป็นปีที่10ครับก็ตอนที่เรียนตอนปี3ก็ทำกับเพื่อนๆหมายถึงกิจกรรมในคณะเนี่ยตอนอยู่แล้วก็พวกนั้นเป็นเทรนด์แบบlighting เป็นอย่าง installation design ที่ผมชอบที่ดีนะครับที่ดันโอกาสนี้มาในช่วงนั้นทำให้เราเป็นโปรเจกต์แบบนี้แล้วก็เอาหัวใจที่งานทำให้เราเป็นโปรเจคเตอร์ในห้องมาลองเล่นในช่วงการเรียนนะครับก็หลังจากนั้นเราก็ทำกันมาเป็นการเรียนที่อะไรประมาณก็ตรงรักมีความเป็นสิ่งที่เรียกว่าดิจิทัลโลจีอะไรที่เป็นตั้งแต่ผมครับ
แล้วถ้าโดยรวมคือทุกคนก็เริ่มชอบจากการที่แล้วเราที่ทำงานที่ผมเป็นคนทำงานเราก็จะถูกตระหนักด้วยกันที่เราทำอยู่ในจอมันมีกรอบมันมีเฟรมมีบทข้อบังคับที่ ที่เราทำได้ประมาณนี้วันที่โปรดิวเซอร์เข้ามาดูเราสามารถขยายไอเดียของเราได้ไปอยู่ในรอบนั้นที่เราไม่มีเทรนด์แล้วทำให้มันสนุกขึ้นมันชาเลนจ์ขึ้นมันสามารถพื้นที่สามารถเป็นเราให้เราได้นี่ก็น่าจะเป็นเสน่ห์มากๆสำหรับงานแค่แบบนี้นะที่ว่าทุกคนน่าจะคล้ายๆกันง่ายค่ะคิดว่ามันน่าจะ
And of course, a lot of you have heard it, may start to think about inspirations, right? How can you be inspired to do things or aspire to do things? And coming into this community, I believe that everyone has their own design process, right?
Abdul Shaki from Filament, please, for this question.
Alright, so I think just to give a context about Filament, we are not a studio. We are a community running a few bunch of stuff in Malaysia. We have we run festival, we run projection mapping competition. We also have some small gallery spaces. We run new media art residencies and so on. So I guess in the context of your question about how we come up with whatever we have is I think it comes with problem solving. I mean, problem that we actually observe within our society and community in Kuala Lumpur, especially in Malaysia. And I think from there we felt okay, if there's no opportunity or platform for us to do something, for example, projection mapping or to get some equipments and so on, or even funding at one point, we felt like while waiting for government to from higher up will come down, help us. But that's what we do. I guess to answer your question just now, I guess most of the stuff that we do is doing things instead of just talking about it. Of course, we have an idea and so on, and everything is in our head. But the most important part is basically we need to put it down somewhere and do action to it, because everyone have idea, and I bet everyone in our head right now we have similar idea, hundreds of it, thousands of it, millions of it. But who do it first is the most important, and who actually take action of doing it. That's the most important.
Thank you. แล้วคุณสันล่ะคะ
What about you, Kun San? What does your design process look like? Well, in terms of designing on projection mapping, how do I put it? Creating an image or emotion that tells stories. So, the way we work is from getting a question or a hypothesis. So we started throwing around ideas or creating stories, conceptualization, the move and tone, styling, techniques to be applied. And then this is like one holistic piece of idea that we will develop from. And then we, from idea one that we have crafted, we think about the formats, we think about the context, the setting in which the idea will be placed on, so that you can converge between the conceptual or the abstract component onto the physical component. So you will be able to combine and link the two components together in a more effective way. And then the photography, cinematography, or storytelling, how can they be better blended? And then to make sure that at least these two elements are well supporting of each other. For example, the story and the storytelling will be supportive of the building. So it's like making sure that the physical component is strengthening the content that you are trying to push forward or advocating for. So in a way, what do you think is the uniqueness of projection mapping? It's like highlighting forte of your context. It's not only about storytelling, but storytelling in a way that is well designed, that is powerful, and that can be empowered by your settings.
Hello everyone, I'm Fajar from the Fox to Folks. I wish I can show you like what we do, because like I think like what we do is really cool. We do like projection mapping all over the world, and it's very in illustrative way. It's very like storytelling way, and yeah, I wish I can show it to you guys, but maybe like you can just like look it up in our YouTube and Instagram. So yeah, for us like storytelling is a very important aspect in doing a projection mapping, and we always do it in our works. And for us, like it is like a soul to the work itself, because like like in Southeast Asia, I think like it's storytelling is actually part of our blood. It is in our roots, like our ancestors been telling stories like through like a picture in the temple, even like in the cave, like like the oldest storytelling, the oldest image they found is actually come from like my hometown in like South Sulawesi in Indonesia, and I think like it's in our blood. It's actually telling the story with picture, with moving picture, and for us like telling stories in projection mapping become important because it gives meaning to the work itself. I always love to see like people enjoying our works, and like when we ask them like what they think about it, they can understand what we tell, or like they have like their own interpretation on it. And I think I agree with Juliet from before, like to always started to think from story first, and then like making the work. So it is very important. Yeah, I think like that's what can I say about storytelling in projection mapping.
คุณพศล่ะคะ
What about you, Kun Prot? Well, for mapping works, I started off by scouting locations. Like the setting, is it like in a grid format, or what kind of format is in, or the storyline, the timeline. How can you make sure that the aspects or different elements can be mixed together in a well-blended manner? So for example, if the task is to do 1 minute projection mapping, then we will compare the work to the cosmic calendar. So for example, from the Big Bang occurrence to now, and compare it back to the 24-hour clock, and quench the entire story of the universe from the Big Bang until now into 24 hours, and then present it in one format. So that sort of coincides with 1 minute of display. So you kind of concentrate everything from the Big Bang to the current world, and that is the baseline for our narrative, reduced into 1 minute only. So I see a lot of commonalities between all of you. You know, the crux is coming up with great ideas, and then think about the medium or think about methods of communication. And I think this is the message that all of you are trying to get across, right? So I'm trying to think about more questions. You know, in the process, there are likely to be emerging issues like challenges. Things may not be logical along the way. or there could be some barriers. Maybe you started off with one solution, but you ended up with another solution. Any experiences that anyone can share about, like any kind of challenges, things that cannot be tackled, but then from that obstacle, it has led to other solutions. And the question is to you, Juliet.
Very touched on your like conclusion that the artist and the creator, they have the very special mind to think about something that people don't see before. But on the process, maybe you see something that okay, it's the problem, but you inventing something that you never seen before. What you do about that kind of the thing on the process?
Yeah, that's already what I said. Like, I think it's important to realize that you have this power and maybe not everyone has it. And because you have it, you have to do something special about it. And about the constraints, for me as a curator, I always start by the constraints. And I think for most of the artists, it's very important, especially like in video mapping, I think I can tell in 2 minutes when the artist decided to ignore the constraints or to focus on the constraints. When you have a building with pillars in the front row, and then you have another projection space, why do only, like if it's one flat surface? You know, people in real life are gonna see pillars and behind the pillars. And I think it's often a mistake to get your master template and think it's a flat surface. And I wish more projection mapping artists would work on mockups. Like now 3D printing costs nothing, or even cardboard and in 2 minutes, and Pico projector. And I love mini mapping. I think it's the cutest thing. And I wish we would make mini mapping festivals more. And I think, yeah, if you decide to ignore the constraints, you're going to do work that is very banal, that anyone could do. But if you say, the constraints is my starting point, then you make something special. And at the same time, if you develop your own language, back to when I was saying it's something really to avoid to work 6 months for something that is shown only one festival. The way for me around that is to develop your own language. It's okay to reuse a high resolution render for another artwork. It's okay. It's not a problem because the audience is different. Only you and your friends will know that you reuse something. For the audience, for a curator, they will recognize this as your language. And I think it's most of the video mapping projects are really lacking personality. I want to recognize the language of the artists I'm looking at.
Very nice. Yes.
Not the template, right? Not the template one.
Yes.
No, the good line.
คิดว่ายิ้มเสมอน่าจะเจออะไรแบบนี้บ่อยเหมือนกัน
And Yim Samo, anything to share from your side, please?
ได้พูดในมิติของ
Right, I might be not sharing from the point of content sharing. I think, everyone knows about content. I would like to focus a little bit more on the part of production, because I feel that when we're working on projection mapping, apart from content, is how to install it, where you should be projecting, what sort of projector you're using, what's the limitation. We should think about more common problems like preparing, simple things at the beginning, like templates. In certain places, there are blueprints, and that is not correct or accurate at all. So we have some open source that you pull up as a template for version mapping. That would be very nice. But in terms of installation for the projection mapping itself, this is my own idea when I do projection mapping, but I would like to share with everyone. I think people have been in this industry for a long time. For the new people who have just joined, actually, I would like to shout out to several brands or several platforms that they use calculators for calculating the mapping. You should adjust this. You should apply it to your work because it would make it make your life much easier, because projection, this system of projection, you look at the various platforms of the brand and its limitation as well. Thank you very much. What about Kun Suksan? Do you want to share anything like problems or anything? If you're talking about challenges or problems, I think that in general, when you're using the word of design, when you do projection mapping, there are several elements in the actual operation. First, the work. In order to sync the problem or the topic to our design, you have to tune in several ways. Like you mentioned, the installation. This is a part which is like from the day one which you start. This is the preparing for any problems that may occur already. As we mentioned, in each of our part of our operation, there is a chance that when you do preview on the computer, it might not be accurate, whether it's a template itself, the color that comes out. And therefore, any problems is that after you finalize the motion graphics, then you're on site, you're in the field. There must be adjustments that you need to do. So therefore, that's general problem. Working in front of the computer and actually on site, there are differences, the lighting and the time frame, for example. So in terms of the people who create the files, what we can do best is that each of the files that you create must be amendable. You must be able to correct it in times, just in case you meet with any problem, in order to make it most accurate and most complete as possible. So you have to, prepare yourself for changes and amendments, right? So that we have discussed technical problems, right? But let's move towards the future. I think projection mapping, what are its role in terms of art and design, or even creating experiences that are beyond our imagination? I think several of you have answers already, but if you want to add on, you can start. Can I ask Motion House? After serving, the commercial sector, and you have entered, the artist creative sector, what is the role of projection mapping? Just before today, just before listening to everyone, I was looking only at Bangkok. I felt that Kun Ajahn P has, created the projection mapping and bringing it to Bangkok is a great thing. But from listening the whole day, you see that in Indonesia, they support this sort of activity very much. So to create, from areas that are neglected, you can create new space, creative space. I feel that whenever a projector is lighted or a light and sound event is created, due to the Thai people's culture, we are not, a street culture. Oftentimes, you are led to believe that you should be in malls, get air conditioning, whatever. So we do not grow a street culture at present. Yeah, yesterday, I realized that, the street economy around where there are light and sound, projection mapping, it will create a livelihood as well as colorful Bangkok. This should be the template for everyone, not just Bangkok. It's not only an artist's perception, right? But it can create better livelihood, better lifestyle. What about Yellow Band? What do you think? What are the roles? Is it art for art, or do you feel like projection is something else? I think in Thailand it's something new. We've seen it, but because once the event, the piece actually attracts interest from a lot of people, I think people will be able to now focus on narratives much more. Part of it is that what works and is heading as a future trend. I think back on when I was a teenager, and I feel that there's something strange going on. Like, oh, it's quite cool, the lighting and the sound. Now it's actually very near to everyone. Children growing up will see light and mapping, and maybe they will see the example. It draws them, and it makes them want to join the space, become an artist, for example. Thank you. How about Philemon?
You can add more.
Same question. Yeah.
Yeah, some question, please.
Yes, I think definitely it can be more than that, and based on what some of our panel shared this morning, and also what been shared by Juliet, it can make impact, and I think that's what art is, and that's what design is. Art and design is always come hand in hand, and it's always about problem solving, and it come from all the way from like financial problem, social problem, every single thing, and I think when we do things with conscious, we know why we're doing it. Again, it's not about aesthetic. It's not really about how beautiful the thing is only. Of course, we wanted to make things look nice, but at the same time, also serve some purpose. And I think that's really the underlayer things that not a lot of people really see. And we talk about soft power and so on within even Bangkok Design Week. That's something I think we say this kind of thing. Do we really understand that, or do we really even implement that within whatever we practice? Well, it can be beyond than projection mapping only, and I think it does also had an impact. And on my context from Kuala Lumpur, it happened within our downtown KL, Kuala Lumpur. These kind of activation actually bring back a lot of like, again, economy, crime and so on going down, because we've been activating a lot of night activations and stuff. So we might not see it, but it does happen. So again, being conscious, being try to read out, go out and understand more beyond than whatever we do. Apart from that, making things beautiful, I think what I'm trying to share.
Yeah, I said it before, and I think it's important to say it again, that public space is political. It's when you do video mapping, it gives you access to two things that are very valuable, very important. So you have to be conscious and humble about it. The number one is you are given the possibility to project an image really, really big, bigger than any Coca-Cola mobile phone company pays thousands and thousands of whatever currency to have this size of image on a wall. And you get something else that is becoming what all tech companies are fighting for. You know what it is? People attention. You get people attention. So I'm not against a video mapping with, I don't know, cute animals. And I think it's nice to do pretty things, We do many, many projects that are just that. But it's important for you to be aware of that you have people attention. And I don't know for how long you will keep people attention with video mapping that don't say much, because people get tired of moving image if you don't bring something else. And I want to say something also that maybe you can make yours. I am not saying you have to tomorrow fight coal mining, or you have to fight something for the environment. Back to the inspiration aspect, you have to put this time and energy in something that matters to you. If the thing that matters to you is for the young generation to rediscover Thai aesthetic and ancient tales, that we have lost this connection with the past because we live in the now and individualism. Maybe this is your thing. If your thing is to be sick of plastic pollution, make a part of your work about that. You can still make cute animals on some projects, and then with the same equipment, you do something that really matters to you. It will help you sleep better at night, I promise.
Thank you สำหรับคือจริงๆแล้วในมุมของคนทำ
Actually, in terms of the production, like Juliet has mentioned, the message that you want to pass on to the people who are watching, which is a moving image, right? But depends on the culture of each area. There are several dimensions in each of the culture that is different. So, for example, for Thai people, we feel like festivities or the rapid changes. That is like we are intentionally like slapstick. So it might be different from the Chinese or the Japanese, but we believe that the message is really important. So anything that you want to communicate is the core value that we really need to focus on. What sort of energy that you want to reflect, what sort of society that you want to reflect back to the people. Are there anyone who wants to add to this question?
I will say that projection mapping have the power to actually build a generation, build a new generation and inspire people. Because like I can say this because like I talk from my own experience. I actually, the first time I watched projection mapping is actually back in my high school. I actually watched projection mapping by Sembilan Matahari. And that time I mesmerized by it. I come from a small village in South Sulawesi. We don't really have like that, like high-tech thing. We don't really have like projection mapping. We don't really have like big screen there. So the first time I watched projection mapping, it's very special for me. It's magical. It's something that I never seen before. And after I graduate from university, I study multimedia, specialized in animation. I started working with Sembilan Matahari, and I learned a lot from them. And after that, I make my own studio, Fox to Fox, and we started doing also projection mapping. We submit our work to the 1 minute projection mapping Japan, and we won the competition. And after that, it's keep rolling on. We won like several awards also after that. And yeah, I can say that it's built a new generation. Me is the proof of this statement actually. And in Japan, I met someone who told me that she and her daughter really happy to see that our work is actually bring life to the building that they always see like every day. It become alive, like that big building, that normal building become like alive, like it have like now it have eyes. It become like a character, and like she said that her daughter also want to do something like this in the future. I don't know if it's true, but that's what she said, and like I don't know, like maybe like there's someone out there who watch our work, like maybe they get inspired from projection mapping, which we do right now. And I think yeah, that's build a new generation in the future. It's a long process, but I will say it's a chain reaction, and we can like we can inspire someone, and we can like send message to the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
จริงๆแล้วมันอาจจะ
Actually, we might need to end it. Maybe I would like to combine and ask everyone. Actually, it's just linking to the former question and the answers of everyone, and linked to the lecture yesterday. There is a question about ambition. Ambition of people our age, the people who are just starting in this industry. how do you look at this art? How do you feel that what it will become in the future, what the younger generation will need to be aware of and need to learn from what we have done in the past few years? This is something that we would like everyone to answer, if possible.
For us, Arafura, we believe that art and design is communication. And in this digital and very short attention era, informative era, communicate through storytelling and interactive way is more engaging. So that's why we believe in every kind of design, it's important to create an experience. So it's create a dialogue with not only us as a designer, we want to spread this one of message, but it's important to also know what if the audience can also give us the message, and so the artwork or the design become more enriched. Yeah, so I think that kind of mentality, the challenge would be how we gain our empathy, because as a designer or as an artist, it's important for us to know how the audience speak, what is the issue, what is the message that word to communicate. Like let's say also, I think the issue is in Indonesia, especially in Bandung, it's a public space. That public space is political, but in Indonesia, it's have a different meaning. Political means politician party put everything vandalism in the public space. So that's also our challenge is to reclaim the street again, reclaim the public space. How we communicate the word message that's word to word heard by them, because the mainstream media also like try to dim our expression, and they try to oppress us through so many kind of challenge. So that kind of things enforce us to become more open. So because this medium, I think it's not only projection mapping, maybe the future we'll use another mapping, but the most important thing is if we have empathy, we know how to tell a story, then we will spread the good message to everyone. And we believe that that kind of mentality will at least make someone's life happier, and that mentality will, will make a world better place. And that's also why we really appreciate festival like Bangkok Design Week. That's all what triggered us to make same festival back then. We hope to do it in September. Right? It's named Bandung Lights, because as you know, we are here from Indonesia and all from Bandung, like Adi, Fajar, we're from Bandung. We often enlight all the city, like in Bangkok now. Before we do in Light Tonight Singapore, we collaborate with Singaporean artists in the National Gallery of Singapore. But when to reclaim Bandung as our hometown, to become a city that can inspire maybe not only the people in Bandung area, but also ASEAN and in the world.
Maybe I want to add some opinion. I think also I represent Ravura and also Bandung Lights. For now we see projection mapping as a powerful storytelling medium. We really agree with that. But now we currently assume that in the future, maybe specifically in our city's future in Bandung, projection mapping and any lights management can be social engineering tools, I think. Because when we see projection mapping as an audience or maybe as an artist, we have a chance to make our imagination boundless. So we have unlimited imagination, and if we direct our imagination in a good context, in a good ways, of course it will lead us to many positive things, including that is the assumption that we need to
proof, at least in our city, in Bandung. That's why for Bandung Lights 2025, we choose Managing Darkness as our title because, the first of all, Bandung is a little bit dark now, and the second reason, I think, there is no dark without light, and there is no light without dark, and we want to try to manage this balance between light and dark in our city, Bandung.
So the question is about what is our dream, right? I guess for me personally, and also I think as Philemon, my dream is always try to bring people together, and I think what Jim and Disaikin and Benella and Bangkok Design we've done here is nice because we can find one medium that we can understand each other. We might not speak same language, but there's one language that we can speak with each other, which is nice. So I think for me, the medium or the things that we do can bring us together, and I think spread more positivity across whatever we do. I guess that's my dream.
For me, I think I already say what I want to say before, but personally, I want to share like more joy to people, more like happiness to people, because last year, the end of last year actually, I'm starting questioning like why I'm doing this, why I'm doing projection mapping, why I'm doing this, why I'm making like something like so colorful, and like I talk with my friends and like we come into like this conclusion that we love to see the people happy and like they enjoy our works, and I think that's what really matters for us to enjoy what we do and for people to enjoy what we make. So yeah, I think that's.
So coming back to me, how you should develop it. What is our ambition? How do you see it in the future? I think it's ambitious because once we have a group to set this up, I feel the children in the future would, achieve their dreams. Because before that, you have to try and find a competition platform, and you need, expensive resources, expensive expert. Therefore, the students do not have access to these resources. It's very difficult. When we were young, we tested and we worked just to try and do projection mapping on a building in Thailand was very, very difficult. Now it's a bit more accessible. And, now we are grown. We are ready to join hands and allow the younger generation to build new things, create new things. So they just need to grab the opportunity to tell a story that they want. And let them say what they want. That's why I focus on the content. Do not deceive yourself. Do tell the people what you want to tell. That's it. Thank you. For me, I think in the future, I think ambition, I am looking at it as a sense where I bring a lot of the students to listen to us, to listen about your past of everyone sitting here, but I'm bringing the future who is sitting above. I think they need to learn much more. They need to gather information. There are a huge amount of information. You can pick up, put your hand in and you'll get up data, but the data might not be relevant all the time. So we want to build opportunities for the new generation. And I hope that this space would be open to receive those who are sitting above on the upper floor, to allow them to communicate more, to tell stories from their own perspective, which is not our perspective. Thank you. Actually, I feel that the community or any society to be able to grow and develop, that is important is the quality of the people. If there are new players, the community can grow. So at present, when you are able to access a lot of the learning media, I think, you do a search, right? Projection, how to do projection mapping, you get 100 responses. So it actually allows new group of people to come in and enter this sector, including this sort of event or discussions like this that allow people to join a competition, which is a public space. So it allows those who are interested to have that space to experience in, to try it out. I think this is the most important result and the most important element to enable growth. So comparing to 10 years ago when I first started, at that time, not even a space, you don't even know. The projection mapping was not even defined, right? You don't even know how to do it. You have this light, you have this sound, what do you do with it? So I think in the past 10 years, it's just a huge rapid change in a good way and in a positive direction. So we are looking forward to more things. First of all, I think everyone is like me, he is my first teacher actually in this field. I would like to speak about two dimensions. The first is for the juniors, for the younger generation. I think do not limit yourself in terms of method. I think if you want to start projection mapping, I just say, what should I use? What projectors? For this architecture, I think actually projection mapping is very easy in terms of tools and machines. Me and Kunpan started with, you just go into the classroom, they locked it, but we went in and every evening to look at tutorials in YouTube. We learn from everywhere. There are a lot of data that you can gather information from, and the creative economy agency, they have this creative economy agency, and you a website and search projection mapping, you can see it, and you can try. You can look at caonlineeconomy.com. And in the second dimension, as a creator in the industry, I think you not limit yourself with the methods, right? I am not going to limit myself with the tools. For me, projection mapping is a tool in order for you to express yourself, to express your imagination out. Maybe people will limit yourself, says, oh, you are just going to limit it only to a public space, to a huge building. But certainly you can apply it to various other contexts in the industry. Sports industry, for me, I am an athlete, I'm a runner, so I put it in a sport context. I put it in a mega trend, such as a wellness or context. We can certainly use projection mapping and integrate it with other industries so that the market becomes wider, add more player like Kunpan, and then you add more audience in other sectors as well. Thank you. I like the tie-ins. I think there's a lot of pressure on me because I'm almost the last one. I think everything that you had mentioned, it's not just a scale domestically. The opportunity is international as well. As mentioned, one thing I feel is that in the future, you will feel and you will talk about technology that will become part of your life, AI as well in the future. So I feel that each has their own personal style. There's a way in which you think about something, and the story of your growth is not the same. So there's a great range of opportunities to grab. I feel that you should have an intent to talk about your own story as much as possible. So the tools and technologies that come in, they are simply tools to enable you to talk about your own personality, your own story. So I would just like to emphasize that you are in a rapidly changing universe. You can run after it, but you have to know who you are and in which direction you want to run. I welcome everyone who is sitting here. I think we will be able to meet you in the various projects. So welcome everyone to this space.
So I still have many things I want to say, so I'm going to try to be organized. So the future. So try not to become the servant of the technology and be dependent on what the software can do, what the kind of graphic cards or media server you need. The best ideas can be made with paper, anything with your hands, without computer. If you can make it without a computer, it's usually a strong idea. Other thing, not mentioned at all today, but most of what we do is audiovisual. What is in audiovisual? Audio. The music in video mapping is so bad. So please stop using bad music. Not everyone, but when I'm jurying a competition, it's honestly 60, 70% would be better with no music. AI is making this a lot worse. I'm sure you all have friends who make good music, or you all like an artist, contact this music artist, say, oh, can I use your music for my piece? And make it the skeleton of your visual work. When we do audiovisual installation, I explain all the time to the people who commission, the audio part is as important. In our water screen piece Constellation, the music made by Paul Jebanezam, for me, there is this moment of emotion. There is not much happening in the visual. It's all in the music. It's a trick that is not so well used, and it is so powerful. And this is something even more universal than visuals. So that was really something I want to see more in the future of those big scale projects. And to conclude, and it's a bit connected to this idea of working with good music artists, is I think our scene should be more open, have more bridges, make more and better collaborations. If you're inspired by a poetry that you read, contact this poet and say, can we work together on my next piece? Musician that inspires you, or an artist who specialized in folding paper, and maybe you can do the craziest stop motion animation on a building. It's amazing to have an expertise in something, but we cannot be expert in everything. And the other way around as well. Put your knowledge, and you've all mentioned a lot, the younger generation and how people inspired you. And I think it's really time that we put more of our technical knowledge and equipment at the service of other people who have things to say, but they don't have the knowledge. So yeah, I think it's happening more and more, but it's because of the structure, how the events are funded, how the festivals are specialized into something. It doesn't make those bridges easy or natural. We have to force them. So I think, especially for the students there, go look for inspiration in books and music and walking outside, and read people who wrote books 200 years ago. Not everything good is on internet yet.
Yeah, thank you very much. พี่จิ๊บค่ะอยากจะปิดท้ายยังไงไหมคะ
How would you like to end this? I would like to end this by expressing deep thanks to everyone. Actually, the aim of setting this discussion this conference is that to have the artists exchange points of view, to see other points of view. And we want the younger generation to see everything that's possible, to see the new media, and to come and grow in Thailand. As someone who has worked at the global level, we have seen so many foreign artists, we've seen their work, and I've seen such a diversity of work, and it actually inspires my work. It's not just an inspiration visually, but it inspires us ideologically to have different ideas, to have your uniqueness, to create your own identity that doesn't have to be anything like anyone else. You have to have special characters, and you have to have your own work. So you have your own position, you have your own unique identity. Other people will inspire you, but you need to create your own self. That is why I want to have this session, because when I go to other places, to foreign countries, I feel it's such a great opportunity for me, and I want to share this opportunity with the children, with the youth. And today, when the projection mapping community have joined together with Kun Kop Kabawar, is the head of our association. First of all, I would like to just turn on a very short show reel of TIMCA, the Thai Immersive Media Creator Association. So I would like to leave TIMCA with you for the younger generation, and we'll welcome everyone to join the event, and as well as our association. Thank you so much. So today, I think you have seen something that is not just simply, you see a deeper meaning, a deeper ideology of the role of projection mapping. Is not just beauty that will be passed on. It can create new community. It can touch into problem of society or economy, and it can also create new images about projection mapping. I think we can scale this up, make it great, and also work together. I am actually outside of the sector, of projection mapping. I'm so lucky to be working with all of you, and have seen that using these various media can create a development of the community, of the city, and it's my great luck to be working with all of you. I would like to show my deep appreciation to everyone. Great applause for a great discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kun CA, TA, and the Global Alliance, who's been working very hard for us. Thank you. And all the various guests and the speakers and the organizers. we have a lot of people working behind the scenes. So after a long day, we have actually a questionnaire for you for the satisfaction survey. We hope to create such an event again. So may I invite the president of our TIMCA to present mementos to everyone. Mementos of thanks.
เชิญเลยค่ะเดี๋ยว Yes Juliet
Yes Juliet มาคุณ Juliet มาค่ะ
เชิญคุณสันเลยค่ะจากfrom object
คุณสัน from object to design
คุณธนพงศ์นะคะจากยิ้มเสมอค่ะ
ยิ้มเสมอคุณธนพงศ์คุณพรต from Studio Thalamus
คุณพงษ์อมร
คุณพงษ์อมร from Motion House and who is our professors of all these kids up there คุณตูนปฏิวัติ from Yelaban Creative Media Faja from the Folk and Fox Indonesia
Mr. Abdul
Mr. Abdul from Philemon and Pandi from Arafura and Yanua Banu. Thank you.
แล้วก็พี่จิ๊บค่ะพี่จิ๊บจาก
And คุณจิ๊บ from Design Kit. นั่นแหละ
เลขาค่ะขอบคุณมากๆเลยค่ะขอบคุณทุกท่านมากนะคะก็
Thank you so much everyone. Have a safe journey home. Can I also thank Epson company? He has left, but thank you so much Epson, who is one of our great supporter and CEA. Thank you. Can I have
take photo session please? I think the whole speaker together today.พี่จิ๊บอยากถ่ายร่วมกันกับน้องๆและผู้ชมข้างหลังด้วย so I think can I ask the photographer to come up and then we turn around and take the picture with the whole audience please 'Shall we just stand up ยืนขึ้นไหมยืนขึ้นหน่อยได้ไหมคะน้องๆข้างหลังด้วยผู้ชมทุกท่านที่มาฟังกันอย่างยาวนาน5 ชั่วโมงนะคะที่วันนี้เราได้ฟัง in-depth insight ที่สุดของเรื่องของ projection mapping แล้วก็งาน art and media ทั้งหลายนะคะก็ได้รับความรู้มากมายนะคะน้องนั่งหลังลงมายืนตรงราวได้ไหมคะ Can I ask for the audience to move on the second floor on the edge of the second floor please หมดแรงกันหมดแล้วนะคะเขาบอกว่าให้โชว์แผนที่สุดอลังการของBangkok Design Week ปีนี้เนาะบุตรสุจิบัตรปีนี้อ่านได้1 วัน 1 คืนไกลๆหน่อยนะคะโอเคพี่ไม่ไหวแล้วค่ะพี่ลุกกันไม่ไหวแล้วนะคะโอเคค่ะขอบคุณทุกท่านมากนะคะและขอเดินทางโดยสวัสดิภาพค่ะอย่าลืมไปเที่ยวงานBangkok Design Weekนะคะยังมีย่านพระนครข้าวสารบางลำพูนะคะใครอยากดู projection mapping จากทีมก้าและดีไซเนอร์ทั้งหลายนะคะได้ค่ะไปที่ลานคนเมืองนะคะและอย่าลืมคืนหูฟังด้วยค่ะ please turn back your headset please นะคะอย่าลืมคืนหูฟังด้วยนะคะขอบพระคุณทุกท่านมากค่ะทำแบบประเมินให้ด้วยนะคะสวัสดีค่ะที่บ้านเดี๋ยวแอดมินแกมกันyeah I will hashtag do I have your own okay please yeah it's a slide okay same yeah and how long you stay oh I look niceหูฟังแค่ไออาร์มีใครยังมีหูฟังเหลืออยู่ไหมคะ Can I have your headset yeah okay thank you very much don't take it back ได้ค่ะมีอยู่ตรงพื้นอย่าลืมคืนหูฟังนะคะ Can I ask you to turn back your headset please หูฟังนะคะลงไปคืนข้างล่างด้วยนะคะใครพบเห็นหูฟังที่ยังไม่ได้เทิร์นกลับคืนกลับนะคะก็ฝากหยิบขึ้นมาด้วย Your headset please
you.